Autodesk Revit is a building information modeling software for architects, engineers, and designers. In this university course, you will learn how to use Revit for 3D modeling and design.
So this one is going to be focused on giving you the basis for working in Revit. So I'm going to probably record 3 tutorial videos, just showing from start to finish how to produce a very, very simple, very, very basic project in Revit. So the course itself has a website, of course, and as Lund students, you already have seen the course. Those of you who are not Lund students can also kind of jump into the website by just writing down this address here. And in the course, we have a lot of information here, but that's not that important. What's important is, where is it? Oh my God, I will need to reformat this. What's important is what kind of a client you're going to choose, your fictional client for the project, and also this supplementary material. Right, so we will not be starting from scratch. We will be using a 3D model that I've made to get you guys started, to just have some sort of a environment ready for us to model in. So there are these 2 links here: Site 3D model in SAT format and Site 3D model in Rhino 5 format. The reason I use Rhino 5 is because I just make sure that everyone can follow along, with the older version of Rhino. So I have already kind of made it and downloaded it and so on. Once you do that and you open it up, you will see this 3D model right here. So the task of the course is going to be to 3D model out some sort of a building in between these 2. So it's kind of a challenge. It's quite a narrow one, and these are called narrow buildings for a reason, right? Right. So we will let's just take a closer look at it in Arctic view. There's nothing fancy. I believe I just extracted some DWG file from Lund city and just modeled out a few buildings from that DWG file. So we are now looking in Rhino, but this course is about Revit. So let's stop looking at it in Rhino and rather let's look at it in Revit. So in Revit, once you open up Revit, you will be presented with this window here. And basically it's asking you to create a new file, right? To start working. So we will do exactly that. I will click on New, Models, New. And here it's going to ask me what kind of template do I want to use. And it asks you whether or not you would like to use imperial units or metric units. So I will be using metric, of course. In Sweden, we do use metric system. And if you don't see it here, you can always click on Browse. And then expand the top bar here. Go back to templates, so one floor up, or so to say. And here you will see English, or we just let's go for English default metric. We can use that one. So it's either one doesn't matter. I'll use default metric. That seems fine. I'll just hit open. Yep, sure, hit OK, and it's going to load up a new file for us. Once that's done, I will immediately save it, just so that auto-saving kicks in, and if it crashes or anything like that, I don't lose a lot of information. So I'll go to File, Save As. Or can I just save? File, Save. Yeah, I can just save. Well, here I'll just save it to my desktop because I don't have a folder for it. ADA15 tutorials. Sure. hit save. That's it. So you're done with that. All right, so let's start with me showing you the user interface, or rather kind of quickly going through the user interface. So here in the right and the top, you have a few mostly used shortcut buttons, such as open file, save file, plot, undo, redo, check dimension, and so on, right? So those are kind of handy. But I don't tend to use them that often. If I need to save something, I'll just click on this File tab and just choose to save here. I don't know why, but that's just how I do it. And here, right below those shortcut buttons, you have your tabs. Your tabs where all of the tools in Revit are located. So I already showed you the File tab. Well, it's not really a tab, but the File button here for opening a new file or creating a new file, opening up a file, existing one, saving, all of that good stuff. So that's not interesting, but what's interesting is these tool tabs here. So you have architecture. We will be using quite a bit of it, of the tools in architecture tab, of course. This is like the main one. Structure tab, we will almost not be, wait, let me see. No, we will not be using anything from the structure tab, even though it's super for engineering purposes, but since this is just like a proposal level, an entry level project that we're doing, we don't really need it. Then we have steel, precast, and systems tabs. All of these are engineering related. We don't care about them. Insert tab basically lets you import or insert stuff that's not native to Revit, such as DWG files and whatnot, images. We will be using a little bit of it. Annotate tab, actually quite useful. I'm not sure if we will be using it though. Maybe text, we'll see. But annotate is basically dimensions, text, tags, symbols, all of that good stuff is in the annotate tab. Analyze, we will not be using that. Massing and site. In this case, for this particular course, I'm not sure if we are going to be using it. But in AADA 20, in the next course, I believe we will. So you'll need to wait for that. Collaborate basically helps you, if you're working in a team, tools here help you collaborate with other people working on the same project. Quite a strong tool, but given the situation of COVID and not being able, all of us not being able to be in the school, we will be skipping this tab right here. View tab, quite, yeah, we will be using it quite a bit. Basically just is used to make sections, to extract 3D views, elevations, and also changing the graphics of the drawings themselves. I will be revisiting it quite a bit. Manage, add-ins, and modify. These three tabs we will not be using that much. Well, modify tab, you will notice when we will be double-clicking on or changing some sort of geometry, modify tab will automatically open up with additional tools that can be used for that precise geometry. For instance, if you create a floor slab and you want to edit the boundary of the floor slab, then you, I believe, double click it or click on edit. I don't remember. I'm not a Revit user, by the way. But it will open up the modify tab where you will have additional tools available for you to modify the boundary of the floor. You'll see that in action in just a second. Okay, so that's all about the tabs. Then here on the left-hand side, you have the properties. So these are the properties of every piece of geometry that there is, if that you have selected. Sorry. If you don't have anything selected, that means the properties will show you the settings for the view itself. And in this case, we are in level 1. So we're looking at the top for level 1. That's our view. And it's basically the properties or the settings for that particular view. Once we have some geometry in here, I will talk about the properties a little bit more. Then we have our project browser, which is basically all of our views, all of our floor plans and so on are going to be located here. So right now, since we loaded up the default template, it already has a few views set up for us, and actually it has too many. So we don't need that many views right now. And what I'm going to do is I will probably get rid of, let's get rid of them. So for instance, ceiling plans, we don't really need any ceiling plans whatsoever. So I'll just single click to select level 1 and hit delete. Single click to select. Just make sure that you are deleting ceiling plans, not the floor plans, right? Select level 2, delete. Don't need those. As for elevations, we will be creating our own elevations, so we don't really need that as well. So I'll delete the east, north, south, west elevations as well. All right, so now we only see level 1, level 2, and site. Actually, level 2, I'll get rid of that as well. Okay, so now we only have level 1 and site, two plans. I want to import my geometry into the model, right? Sorry, my geometry, by my geometry, I mean the surrounding environment, into this Revit model. To actually have something to work with. To do that, I will go to Insert. I'll choose to import CAD. Right? Import CAD, which is going to basically ask me where's the model and what kind of format should I use. So as you can see here, it does accept Rhino files, which is great. We can use the Rhino file, AEDA15 site. That's fine. Or if that gives you an error, sometimes it does. Just to be safe, there's also an option to import SAT file, ACIS SAT file. So that SAT file is also located. Let me just that right here. Site 3D model in SAT format. So if Rhino gives you problems, importing Rhino gives you problems, just import the SAT file. I'll import the SAT file, I guess. So I'll select that, select the SAT file that I have downloaded. Blah, blah, blah. Import as category. So that's an important one. Basically in Revit, every piece of geometry belongs to a geometry category, right? So Revit needs to know what kind of geometry is it. Is it a column? Is it a ceiling? Is it a door? What is it? So here, our site model is neither one of those things, right? So we will be importing it as a generic model. So I'll hit on open. Generic model is basically, just anything, geometry that doesn't have a type. And it seems like it has been imported good enough. Seems like it's fine. Okay, so we have our geometry here. That's great. And we have these doodads right here, which we don't really need. So these are leftovers from where we had the elevations. Elevation views, these were markers for elevation views. I think I'll just delete them. Delete. So I'm just selecting them. Just click, delete. Click, delete. If you don't have them, that's even better. Okay, so we have our top view of our generic model. That's cool and all, but we kind of want to also see it in 3D, right? Just to understand how well did it import. So to do that, we can go to View, and we can create View tab, and we can create 3D view. Bam. That's it. That's all we needed to do. So now on to how do we navigate in the viewport, in the 3D viewport in Revit. So you do it by holding down the Shift key and clicking the scroll wheel. Clicking and dragging the scroll wheel, you can rotate. If you just click and drag the scroll wheel, you pan, scroll wheel, god damn it, scroll wheel turning, zoom out, zoom in, right? That's that. Right now, there's not a lot of things going on here, nothing too fancy, but that's fine. All right, so we have our 3D model here, and let's start creating some, or rather preparing to create some geometries. So what I like doing is, oh, by the way, sorry, every view that you open will be shown here in these tabs, so you can easily switch between them, or you can just double click on the name of the view here, level 1. So in Revit, you always work, not always, but most of the time you work in plan views. Like, what would be a good example? Like in Sims, like in that video game Sims. You kind of work in plan view, and the 3D view is just a it becomes like a representation of that. So all of the drawing and drawing of walls and whatnot is done in plan view, so in level 1. Okay, so let's start off by actually giving it a few axes. That's at least what I like to do. In this case, it doesn't really make a lot of sense, but I still like to do it just to keep it clean. So I'll go to Architecture tab, and I'll choose Grid here. Grid. Bam. And as you can see, immediately once I chose the Grid option, it gives me, it takes me to Modify tab, where it basically asks us, how would you like to place the grid? Where would you like to place the grid axes? So I will do that by just clicking on these endpoints, and the snapping is kind of nice in Revit. So I'll click on one of the corners of the surrounding buildings, and I'll drag out the grid line here. That's our first grid line. And I'll do the same thing for the second one, from here to here, and align them. Perfect. So that's our grid axis 1 and grid axis 2. I could do grid axis 3 and 4. Maybe we should. So grid axis 3, I wonder, should we do it here, or should we do it here? Let's do it here. So that's our grid axis 3. Oh, come on. There we go. And that's going to be our grid axis 4. Bam. Done. Once you've done that, you just hit escape. That's all, right? So now I will just clean them up a little bit. So I'll click on this arrow key here, or I believe I can just hit escape once more. And then it will automatically go to my arrow key or arrow tool. I'll select, let's say, grid axis 3, and I'll add this markup 3. I will add it to the other side as well, right here, 3. So let me do that again. You select grid axis 3, and there's a tick mark box on the other side, right, which you tick. And then it's basically, it understands that, oh, okay, I need to show the grid axis. Okay, that's good. For grid axis 4, we do the same thing. We find that tick box here. Sometimes it's hard to see it. Of course, it starts auto-saving. Let's wait. There we go. Grid axis 4 is done there. Same thing for axis 1 and same thing for axis 2. So let me drag them out a little bit so that it's nice and tidy. There we go. Up. There we go. I might need to scooch grid axis 3 and 4 closer to the building, but that's gonna be done later. For now, this is good enough. So in architecture, you don't really have grid axis going in both directions being marked in numbers. So if in one direction grid axes are marked in numbers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the other one, they're going to be marked in letters, A, B, C, D, E, blah, blah, blah. So here for grid axis 3, where it says name, let me do that again. Maybe it's a little bit too fast. I'll select grid axis 3, and I'll say that, no, this is not 3, this is A. So I select it. Once I selected, the properties changes. And here where it says name, I will just change this to A. Hit apply. We're good. Same thing for grid axis 4. Instead of 4, I change this to B. There we go. Okay, so now we are all set. We are all set to start making our building. Right, so before, I wonder which, yeah, let's start with walls, right? I think we should start with walls. So to add a wall, there is this wall tool, duh, of course. It's under Architecture tab, Wall. If I expand it, I can see that there are a few options here. But for now, we don't care about those options. We just care about the regular Wall tool, right? So I will not be expanding that tool. I'll click on the Wall tool. And before I start just going to town drawing it, I will choose, instead of having basic wall, generic 200 millimeters, I will choose a thicker one. Actually, the one that we should be using is like 400, 500 millimeters, but we don't have it in this drop-down list. So I will probably just say, yeah, screw it. Let's do 300 millimeters. Who cares? Right? But usually when working in an office, you do have a library. That office itself has a library of walls that office uses, right? And then you can just choose from that library. Here it's just generic stuff. So yeah, sure, we will just use generic stuff. So 300 millimeters it is. I believe in Sweden it's right now the regulation is around, you can't get away with walls that are thinner than around 500 millimeters due to heat insulation being so thick. But I might be wrong about that. At least in the Baltic region, it's 500 millimeters. But 300 is fine here. Okay, so we have our wall type. Then we have our location line, and also it's kind of the mostly used settings are kind of here in the top row, where it basically asks for what kind of height the wall should have, what's the location of the line. So let me explain how that works. So height of the wall. Let's do unconnected, right? So it's height and it's unconnected, right? And the unconnected height from level 1 upwards here is set to be 8,000 millimeters, so 8 meters, right? And so that's fine. That's fine for us right now because I'm just showing you how it works. But the nice thing about it is that you can have it connected to the second floor, right? So if you change the height of the second floor, the height of the wall will change as well. I will show that in just a second. For now, let's have it unconnected, 8,000. Location of the line, center line. So if it's center line and I start drawing a wall, you can see that it draws as if that line through which I draw the wall is right in the middle of the wall. So I don't really need that. I don't really want that. I want the wall to go inwards here, right? So instead of center line, I will say finish face exterior, right? And then I'll start drawing the wall as if it's not as if, but I will start drawing the wall clockwise, so that the exterior is on the outside, like that, like that. So I'm just kind of snapping it. Bam. That's it, right? We have our wall. If I check it in 3D, I kind of look at it. That's our wall that we just drew. And it's exactly 8 meters high, right? Let me jump back to level 1 to just see a few more settings that can be changed. So let me delete that altogether. Grab the wall tool again, and continue on with the settings. So here we have chain. Chain is basically once you finished drawing one segment of the wall, it will ask you to continue drawing the other segment, and then the other, and then the other, right? So it chains segments of the wall, like a polyline. It basically works like a polyline rather than a line tool. Offset is basically, let's say 250 mil offset from where we draw. That's a bad offset. Let's say offset minus 250 to the other side. Up. So you can see it draws the wall with an offset of 250 millimeters from our reference line. So that's sometimes handy. This time it's not. So let me, yeah, okay. So offset resets itself to 0 if you escape out of the tool. Radius, have no idea what the radius is. We can actually check. Yeah, it's a little bit laggy. Yeah, okay. So radius is basically a fillet of the wall. So we don't really care about the radius. At least for my example, I will not be using any fillet corners. And joint status allow or disallow, it's basically when you make a corner of two walls, do you want them to merge into one geometry? Or not geometry, but should all of the layers inside of the walls kind of merge together nicely? So I always have it set to be allowed. All right, let's actually do something. Let's draw something because this is getting boring. So I'll go to the website, and here I will just quickly read that we have 3 clients to choose from, right? Annabelle, which is an arts curator, Brian, which is a car enthusiast, or Clementine, which is a musician. And I think I'll go for Annabelle for this particular tutorial, just because I don't know, A for Annabelle, and B for Brian. So Annabelle is an arts curator and is looking to expand her gallery. She wants the ground floor of her house to be open to public and should work as a small art gallery exhibition area. She will live above this gallery, so all other floors need to be private. Okay. Her stylistic preference is minimalist, which with occasional strong color accents. She has a cat, no family. So that will help us determine the living room or bedroom area and so on. Okay, first floor public, second floor private, gallery in the first floor. All other floors are living spaces. Easy. Let's jump back to Revit and let's plan this out. So you have a street here, right? And you have people walking along, and you have you want this area to be the arts gallery, right? So I will say the arts gallery itself is going to be, or rather the entrance is going to be pushed in a little bit from the street so that there can be like a small gathering before an arts exhibition opening or something like that. People like to go outside and smoke and have a chat and not stay indoors that much. So you do need a little bit of space in the front, right? You don't want them to just be standing here on the street. So I will be insetting this building a little bit inwards. To do that, I need one more grid line because I like to keep things tidy. So I will choose my grid tool here, and instead of drawing the grid line, I will do one fancy, not fancy, but one additional like thing with it, which is instead of drawing a grid line from point to point. Oh, by the way, sorry, forgot. When you hover your mouse over a tool, it will show you what that tool does. Very handy. I will choose this tool right here, Pick Lines. Pick Lines will help me determine from which line do I create a new grid line, right? And then I will say that actually my plan is to pick line B, this grid line here, right? Come on. Okay, it doesn't let me, but that's fine. At least it lets me pick the street line. That's fine as well. So I will be using this line here, and I will be offsetting it inwards by, I don't know, 1.5 meters, something like that. I think 1.5 should do the trick. Yeah, let's do 1.5-ish meters. So I am picking the line with this tool, and here where it says offset, I will choose 1500 for the offset, right? And then I just pick this line, and already without clicking, it already shows me where it's going to place the line. If I want to place it on the other side, by the way, I can just type in minus 1500, and it's going to place it on the other side. Okay, so click. That's it. Created third. Why is there? No. Sorry about that. For some reason, there was grid line D as well. I don't want that. Again, grid, pick line, 1500. Come on. Bam. Okay, there we go. So now it just created one grid line that there was I explained it too much and I made too many grid lines. Right, so we have that. Oh, right, that's why. That's because I keep clicking on it without actually looking that I'm still creating grid lines. So this is how you can create grid lines quite fast with that offset tool, but we don't need that. So I will just be deleting all of these, and I'll be just looking at grid line E, which I'll pull back. I'll pull back this one here, create a tick mark, not put a tick mark down, grid line E. That's actually not E. That is the new B grid line. I wonder if it's gonna let me do that. No, it doesn't. I first need to change the grid line B here to C, and this one is gonna be grid line. There we go. We're good. Okay, so that's going to be the inset of my of my floor, not my floor, but of my first floor walls. Let's create the walls, right? So bam, walls, finish face exterior, great, chain, great. Let's just do it. Bam, 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 bam. And yes, I know it's right now unconnected, but we are fine with that. Okay, so we have done that, right? And if I take a look at it in 3D view, bam, there we go. We have our walls here shown, and they are exactly 8 meters high, which is way too much, but that's okay. We'll fix that. By the way, if you don't like this wireframe view, it's not wireframe, hidden line view. If you don't like this hidden line view, you can always go here to the, oh wait, there we go. You can always go here to the bottom of the window and click on visual style hidden line here and choose shaded, for instance, and then you'll see the shaded view. I just prefer to keep it clean at the start, so I just use the hidden line view. Okay, we have that done. So now I want to actually create actually connect these walls to level 2, right? So that if I need to, for some reason, change the height of level 2, I can later down the line. So I will do that by, first of all, I need to create level 2, because here I only have level 1, right? The ground floor level. So I need to create level 2. And the way you do it is by actually describing it or marking it out in an elevation view or in a section view. So to do that, first of all, we need to create a section view or an elevation view. And this is where actually creating views before the design starts actually makes sense, right? So let's do that. I will go to view, here, view, and I'll choose to create an elevation view. Actually, I'll make 2 of them. One for the back side of the building and one for the front side, right? So elevation, click. That's in the view tab, elevation, click. And it's basically asks me, would I like to attach it to a grid? And not really. I don't really care about attaching it to the grid. I'll just do something like this, right? Place it like that, and it immediately looks at the facade that I've made, and I'll do the same thing for the side here. Maybe a little bit further down. There we go. So we have 2 elevations here, 1 and 2, and I can actually rename them as well. Sorry. I first want to move this bad boy away. So these are basically the points from which we start looking at elevations, or rather elevation markers. I will select my table. Sorry, my table's falling apart. Okay, so I will select one of them, and I'll just take a look at what can be done with it. So there are 2 ways of how you can select it. First one is, let me zoom in. First way to select it is if you select the circle, right? If you select the circle, there's not much that you can change here, right? You can kind of edit type and choose a different. Can you even choose? Yeah, you can kind of choose a different style for this markup, but other than that, nothing else. Well, you can add more elevations from that point, but we don't care about it. Yes, please delete it. Okay. But what we do care about is this little arrow here, this black arrow. Once we select the arrow, then we have a lot of things that are going on. First of which, if we zoom out, we can see this box here, partially dashed line box, partially blue line box that has appeared. So this box right here basically tells us how wide the elevation is going to be, right? That view that we are going to generate, how wide is it going to be? So I'm going to take that and I'm going to push it to be quite narrow up until here and quite narrow up until here, right? Because that's all we need. We just need it to be there. And so that's the width. And these two arrows here are the depth. So if I click and drag on those, I can say that I actually want to see it in my elevation view. I want to see the background building if it's going to show up, but I do want to see it, right? So I am kind of describing how far we are going to see. That's one. I'll do the same thing for the other one. I'll change the width like that, and the length like that. Should be good enough. You can change the length any way you want, as long as you show the stuff that you want to show. I will just rename them because I think that's kind of important. So let me just see which one is which actually. Yeah, it will, from time to time, it will ask you to save the project. Sure, I will just click on save. And here I just double clicked on elevation 2A and I'll just drag it out. So, sorry, I'm doing it automatically. Sorry. When you have double clicked on either elevation 1A or elevation 2A, doesn't matter. Once you double clicked on them, for the first time, they will generate the view, right? So once the view has been generated, it's going to kind of load up faster. And let's say elevation 1A, you can see this border that's clipping out or clipping away our view. So I will select that border and I will drag on these dots here. I'm able to drag it so that I can see more of this border or within this border like that. And the width, I will not be messing around too much with the width. That's fine. And maybe we can get away with something like this. So this narrow thing right here is going to be our building. And if I look at it in 3D view, I can see that, I can see that we do see balcony here. And in 3D view, I can see balconies there. That means that elevation 1A is actually our street elevation. And elevation 2A is going to be our garden elevation. I don't know, backside elevation. So I will just extend, come on, higher. It's a little bit laggy, but that's fine. That's not a big deal. There we go. So elevation 2A is our back elevation. So I will actually rename them because I think that's important. You can right click on elevation 1A, or you can just single click on its name and choose to rename it to street elevation. Come on, elevation. And then elevation 2A is going to be back elevation. There we go. That's it. So we have that done. And now back to what we had before. We need to specify our levels, right? in the elevations. Actually, no. Let's create a section, or rather 2 sections first, and then we will do the levels. So back to level 1. Here we do have 2 elevations already prepared. Now let's create 2 sections. So section markup, or rather section, is generated through the View tab as well. It's under section here. If I click on it, it basically just asks me to give it a line, right? Draw a line through which we will cut. So I will just draw a line right through the middle of the building, like so. And can I click on that? Yes, I can. Okay, so right in the middle of that line, you can see the zigzag here. If I click on it, then then I'm able to kind of drag away that section line away from the building. I don't want it to be present inside of the building because I'm going to be designing like walls in it, and I don't want the section line to get in the way. Okay, so that's our section. It kind of works in the similar way as our elevations. You have, how wide it is and also how deep it is, right? So here I'll just specify the depth like so. Yeah, I think that's good. So that's our section AA, right? And I can rename it and so on. We will do that, I think, a little bit later. I'll just call it section 1 for now. I'll keep it as section 1. If we take a look at it, it's nothing too fancy, It's just a bunch of lines, nothing more, nothing fancy at all. Just move it up. There we go. Perfect. Okay, so that is done. That's our section 1, and let's do section 2, a cross section. So bam, bam, and bam. I will be repositioning the sections layer, of course, so that they show more and that I'm not cutting at awkward places. But for now, just having everything here, I think is great. So that you don't forget. Okay, so we have that. Section 2 is also generated. Let me just make it nicer. Bam. Bam. Right now it's not gonna look nice, but that's fine. We will make it look nice later down the line. Okay. Whew. Almost there. We will be finishing up by creating floors. So level 1 is here, and as I mentioned before, you can add more levels as long as you're in either elevation or a section view. So in elevation view, I will just go to... Wait, where is it? Architecture? Oh yeah, sorry. It's under architecture. In the architecture tab, it's level. Right? So it's not under view tab, it's under architecture tab, level. Adds a level to the model. Okay, so the way I'm going to work with this is I will be rebuilding. Right now I've been using the generic levels. I will just rebuild all of the levels from scratch, which is going to be easy, quite fast. So level here, and I will just say my first level. Why doesn't it snap? Oh, there we go, it does snap. So there's like 2 lines here. I need to make sure that I'm snapping to the correct one. Why are there 2 lines here? Let me see 3D. Oh, okay. So the 2 lines are there because my plate here, my ground plate, has a thickness, of course. So that's why in, let's say, street elevation, or that doesn't matter, back elevation, we see these 2 lines, right? That's the thickness of the ground. So I do need the first one, the top one, to work as my ground floor. Okay, level from here to here. It says level 3, but that's fine. That's fine. Level 3 is okay. I'll hit escape. We will be renaming them either way. That's level 3. Then I will choose to, rather than drawing, I'll choose to use the pick lines tool because I have a grid line here. Pick lines tool. And I will say offset. By how much will we offset from here? So I'm going to be picking this level 3 line, which it doesn't let me pick that well. Hello? I saw you. There we go. So we will be offsetting from this line, and for some reason, oh, okay, so it doesn't let me pick the grid line. It only lets me pick lines from the model. That's fine. That's okay as well. By specifying the offset, I will specify the height of my first floor, right? So let's go for 3 meters because I think that's just a, or maybe the gallery space could be a little bit higher. The ceiling height could be higher. So let's go for 3.5 meters. So 3,500 from here up. There we go, level 4, right? And then all other spaces will be 3 meters high, right? So the ceiling height will be 3 meters. So 3 meters here, 3 meters here. Let's see. Can I fit? I'm just thinking if I can fit the whole building into 3 floors. So first floor is going to be the gallery space, which is, that's just used up. Second floor, kitchen, living room, bathroom. Third floor, bedroom, workroom. No, we won't be able to fit kitchen, bedroom, kitchen, living room, and bathroom into 1 floor. So just in case, I'll add a 3rd floor here or 4th floor, and we'll see how we can kind of work around with it. So that's our levels. Now it's time to make them nice. Let's escape out a bunch of times from our tool. And then let's just make them nice in this particular view. So here I'll just make sure that they're shown on both sides, even though we don't need it. Actually, we don't need it. Sorry. Don't do that. Don't do that. So let's untick the right-hand side and just keep it at the left-hand side. And then here I'm just going to rename them. So I'll select level 3 and call it level 3. Why do you not? Yeah, there we go. Or okay, let's do it this way. Here, where it says level 3, I'll just click on the name of it and I'll just call it ground floor. Would you like to rename corresponding level and views? Yes. Becomes ground floor. Level 4 is gonna be first floor. Yes. Level 5 is going to be accidentally double clicked on it. Level 5 is going to be second floor. Don't show me this message again. There we go. Level 6, third floor. And then we have level 7. Wait. I making a skyscraper? Let's see. So that's first or ground floor, first floor, second floor, third floor. Yeah, and then it would be fourth floor, but I can just say, yeah, let's keep it consistent. So fourth floor. Okay, so that's done. Let me now delete level 1 and the site floor plans because we don't need them anymore. Level 1 deleted, site deleted. There we go. Now we're good to go. So that's our ground floor. Looks like that. We'll need to kind of make it nice again, but that's fine. Then we have our second floor, third floor, fourth floor, fifth floor, or first floor. Actually, the way it's arranged here sucks. So I'll just say 0 dash ground floor, 3500 dash first floor. I hope you understand what I'm doing here. 6500 dash. This is in millimeters, how high each floor is. Then we have 9500 dash third floor, and we have 12500 dash fourth floor. Just to have all of them kind of stacked up nicely because it goes along the alphabetical order. All right, almost there. Not almost there. We're done with the floor plans, so to say, with adding the floor plans. So now I'll make everything tidy again by just putting down the tick marks where they need to be and cutting open the sections so that they are not in the way. While I'm doing that, questions that you will have are, well, usually questions that students have. Can you just use the wall of this building, of the surrounding building, rather than build your own wall here? Because it becomes a double wall. The answer to that is no, you can't. You need to build your own wall. Then another question would be, yeah, can you change the style of the grid axes and the elevation markups and the section markups and whatnot? My answer to that is yes, you can, as long as you download them, the styles, I mean. And honestly, it's too much of a hassle to find a nice one and download it and get it going. So instead, my suggestion would be to just stick to these ones. And if you want to make it nicer, then when you plot it out, when you plot this out as a PDF, change it in Photoshop. Straight up. I mean, it's gonna take you what, 15 minutes to change all of the drawings, section markups and all, maybe 20, to change the section markups and all of the plans. Where's the tick mark? There we go. But it's you will have full control over the style of it. Yeah, that's about it. So it created a bunch of ceiling plans as well. Every time when you create a floor, it will create a ceiling plan as well. We don't care about the ceiling plans again, and just to be sure that you're not going into the ceiling plans, delete them. Because I get so many questions about the ceiling plans and not the ceiling plans, but something is not working, and then we take a look and students are drawing in the ceiling plan, trying to draw walls in the ceiling plan. Never works out. Okay, back to here, ground floor. Bam, we have our walls. And here you can see that our walls are being constrained not to ground floor, but rather to level 1. So let me explain this a little bit more. I think I need to explain this a little bit more. Every geometry in Rhino, almost every geometry in Rhino, this is not Rhino, this is Revit. God damn it. Every geometry in Revit can be, and usually is, attached or constrained to some other geometry or a thing, an object, which makes Revit quite parametric in that sense. If something changes, other things will follow along, which is nice, but also it adds much more settings for you to kind of remember and know about. One of those settings is base constraint. So if I select this floor, this is not a floor, this is a wall. If I select this wall, right here in the ground floor plan, and I choose, I take a look at its properties, I can see that it's a basic wall, it's a generic wall, nothing fancy there. It does have a base constraint, right? And it's constrained to level 1. That's because we drew it in level 1. Even though level 1 doesn't exist here anymore, it's still constrained to it, so that doesn't make any sense, right? So we need to either redraw it in ground floor so that the bottom of the wall always will follow the ground floor, the height of the ground floor, or we can just change it here. Base constraint, move that out, find ground floor, there we go. Same thing for all other ones. If you hold down the Control key, you can select many walls at once, and you can constrain all of them to ground floor. So now, if ground floor moves, the walls will follow along. Then, let me actually have all of them selected. Then you have a base offset. This is basically how high do these walls offset from the ground floor plane, right? So right now it's 0, meaning that they are right on the ground floor. And then you have, if it's 250, they'll kind of be floating 25 centimeters above the ground floor. Then you have top constraint, which is unconnected. Sure. And you have unconnected height. So this is basically, it's always going to have the same height of 8 meters, and it's just going to be floating in space if you mess around with the height of the ground floor, right? If you wanted to kind of snap to, let's say, first floor, right? Up to top constraint, up to level 3,500 first floor, then unconnected height becomes locked, right? And what that means is if I drag this out, it's smaller, like that, right? And if I go to back elevation, let's say, so, by the way, you can have 2 views here. You do something like this, right? So that's my 3D view with those walls, and that's my back view, right? So now I can say first floor elevation, this guy right here, instead of 3,500, I can say 4,000, right? And see how this moved up? Let me do that again. From 4,000, I will switch this to 1,500. Very, very small first floor, but all of the walls, they follow along. This is super. This is very, very useful. Let's come back to 3,500. Okay, so that's great. And let me close 3D view. That's great. Let's jump back to our ground floor plan and continue working on this. So by now, you already have like the perimeter for the first floor or the ground floor. Now let's do the perimeter for the first floor right here. right? So here, I want the, why doesn't it show? Just a second. Bum, bum, bum. Huh. Sure. Okay, for now, we will not be doing that. You will see something like this, which is okay. I will show you how to mess around with the view later in the tutorials. But for now, you don't really see in the first floor, you don't see the walls which are in the ground floor. That's fine because we have these grid axes here and they are here for a reason, right? So with these grid axes here, I will probably specify, I will just draw another perimeter for me to work with. So I will create a wall. And here it's going to be a generic wall. It's going to start from the first floor. Perfect. It's going to be actually not unconnected. So I can either specify it here or here, doesn't matter. So it's not going to be unconnected. It's going to be connected to the second floor, since I'm drawing it in the first floor, right? To the second floor. And it's going to be finish face exterior, that's fine. Yeah, nothing else needs to be changed. And then I'll just draw it here. And this one, I will draw full perimeter. Bam, bam. Ooh, that's not the full perimeter. That's too much of a perimeter. Okay, let me try it again. Wall. Yes, to the second floor. That's perfect. We draw it from here to here. Just make sure that you snap to the correct points. There we go. Bam. That's it. Hit escape a bunch of times. Let's take a look at it in 3D view. Bam. That's how it looks like in 3D view, right? So I have a little bit of a nook here for people to catch a break during a gallery opening or something like that. Also, it's nice. It's always nice to have something inset when it's raining, so that when you kind of tumble for your keys and so on, you don't need to stand in the rain. Okay, so we have that done. Actually, maybe I want this to be, yeah, let's do one thing. So now I'm designing, I know, sorry, bear with me. I will create a grid line, an additional grid line. So I'll select, I'll choose that I'm going to pick lines and my offset is going to be 1500 again. And I'll just offset from grid line A, a new grid line, which is grid line D. And then in the first floor, no, first floor is fine. First floor is fine. In the ground floor, I will actually take this wall and I'll move it. I don't know if I can. Yes, I can. There we go. I'll just move it to grid line D. Perfect. Okay. So the reason why I did that is now I have a possibility to do a balcony here, right? Or for my second floor, which is great. That's exactly what I want. Okay. Let's jump back to, okay, so ground floor is fine. Right now I'm just blocking out the basic volumes, right? As I'm moving forward with this. So that's ground floor. First floor is here. Second floor. For the second floor, if that's a balcony, do we do one more balcony here? Do we make it smaller and smaller? That's the question. Let's do it simple. Okay, so here I'll just create a wall. That's going to be, locked to the third floor. And I'm just going to say from here to here, nothing fancy, from here to here to here to here to here, something like that. That's good. I won't even show you that. Third floor. And third floor, I'm thinking of creating one more grid line and doing an offset of 2 meters. Picking the line, doing an offset of 2 meters inwards, so that it kind of aligns from grid line A to grid line E here. And the reason why I do 2 meters is, how did I know that it's 2 meters for alignment? Is, first of all, it's always done in increments of 50 centimeters, right? These kind of building offsets and so on, usually around 50 centimeters. And here it's 1 meter 500, so I just assumed it's going to be one more step, so that becomes 2 meters. Oops, don't need that grid line. Okay, so here I'm thinking of having it. Okay, so we're drawing a wall, but it's going to be a super small one, like that. Okay, let's take a look at it in 3D. Oh, and sorry, I need to make sure that it's up to level 4. Okay, great. So it is locked to level 4 now. So this is how it looks. The block out, how the block out looks like. That's not good. That's a pretty ugly. Yeah, I hate that. $1,400. No, sorry, 1,140 centimeters. Okay, so what if we do straight up 10 meters? It's probably not going to be enough, huh? Oh, that's actually, yeah, but then you put on a roof and so on, so it becomes shitty again. We will need to kind of take a closer look at that and see if it looks bad with the roof on. But for now, this is how it looks. That's our block out. Okay, let's create some floor slabs, right? Because right now, if I take a look at a section of it, and let's just shade it real fast. Shade that section. Yeah, sure. Save the project. You don't really see any floor slabs. That's because we, of course, you don't see any floor slabs. That's because we haven't created any. Duh. So let's create some floor slabs. I'll show you how to. So I'll come back to ground floor, and usually you don't really need to create a floor slab for the ground floor for a proposal level project because it's already on the ground, but whatever. Let's go to architecture tab and let's choose floor here, floor. And it's going to ask us to basically what kind of floor do we want. So 1,500 is a little bit thin. I'm thinking more about, well, let's see. This is only 3 meters. Well, yeah, around 3 meters. Actually, 1,500 is not that thin. That's fine. Let's use that. And here I can either draw a boundary line, or I can pick walls, right? So I can just click, 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 click. That's easy, right? Just picking walls. Or I can pick lines as well. You know, as long as you create a perimeter, it's going to make a floor slab inside of that perimeter. This tool does that. It's really, really simple how it works. So yeah, let me just hit finish editing mode. That's it. That's our floor slab right there. Right. Same thing for first floor. Actually, let's take a look at this section. So the floor slab goes down into the ground, which is fine. There are going to be things that we will need to kind of investigate with the other with the first floor. Also, why are you need to be here and you need to be gone? There we go. So let's do first floor because it's going to be a little bit more tricky due to the balcony and the cantilever here. First floor. There we go. Floor slab. And here we have a balcony, right? Remember that hope you do. We have a balcony here. And we have a cantilever here. So let's see how we can do this. I will just pick lines for now. And I'll just say this, 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 and this. These 4 lines here. Except lines cannot intersect each other. Continue. Okay, so it doesn't let me intersect the lines. That's fine. I can just draw the lines myself. That's okay. Let me cancel. Quit. Are you sure you want to discard floor? Yes. So I will just do it again. This time I will choose floor, and instead of picking lines, I will just draw my own line. Like that, like that. Easy, right? So I'm just using the line tool. Once I'm done, I hit the accept button here. Would you like walls to go up to this floor's level to attach to its bottom? Would you like walls that go up to this floor's level to attach to its bottom? Attach, I don't know. Okay, so we have our floor slab here. This is sketchy. Let's look at it in this section. Actually, looks good. Okay, sure. Looks not that bad. Looks fine. This one though, this should extend to the outside of, well, not really. It shouldn't. It shouldn't extend to the outside of the wall, but I know how we're going to deal with this. So let me explain. This wall and this wall and this floor make a very awkward connection here. What we want is we want this wall to go into the ground as if it was a foundation block. And we could do foundation blocks, I know, but I'm lazy, so I'll just extend these walls. So let's go to ground floor and select these floors. And where it says base offset, I'll say minus 500 millimeters. Hit apply. Go to section 1. And now they offset downwards by minus 500 millimeters. So we have foundation blocks, kinda. Good enough for this kind of project. 1, 2, 3. 3 more or rather 2 more floor slabs and the roof, but I will make a flat roof, so I'm just going to use a floor slab to make a flat roof. Or should I make an angled roof? I'll do both. I'll show you how to make an angled roof, and then I will make a flat roof afterwards. So, second floor, there we go. Let's do floor. And here, it's going to be very straightforward. It's just going to be picking walls, punk, punk, punk. Because there's no cantilevers, there's no balcony, so I'm just picking floors, picking walls, attach. Highlighted walls are attached to, but miss the highlighted targets. Yeah, sure, okay. Let's see. Sometimes it gives you errors, but I think we are that's why. So we don't want to attach, huh? Yeah, let's investigate. Investigation time. So the reason why this happened, so that's fine. That's okay. But this is not. The reason why this happened is that these walls, the bottom ones, I think, or maybe the top ones. No, the bottom ones. The bottom walls had to move down. Since we said to attach, they moved down to let the floor slab in. But the problem is that the floor slab only reaches the inside of the walls, not the outside. So honestly, I'm going to fix it by detaching. Yeah. Let me Control Z, delete, and let me do it again. Actually, I could have just left it as it is, but I want to show you how to do it. So floor. This time I'm going to, yeah, sure. I'll pick walls again. Bam, 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 bam. Hit accept. But here I'll say don't attach, right? And now, technically, yeah, now it's fine. And in this section, it also looks fine. Good, we fixed it. Now this is going to be a little bit more tricky, but we'll make it. We'll make it. I believe. So third floor, the floor slab is going to go up until here, up until grid line A, while the walls end here. So we get one more balcony. And also here we get a balcony. Or do we? Wait, I don't remember. Yeah, so we get 2 balconies here. We get a lot of balconies. We need to take a look at that later on. So in third floor, I'm going to create a floor which is going to go between grid line A and grid line C, this one right here. Okay, so let me just draw it. It's just going to be faster to just draw it like that. There we go. Accept. This time we attach, I believe. Yep. Let's take a look at it in a section. Yeah, that's good enough, I think. Yeah. Okay. So that looks good. Pam, pam, pam. So we have our volume here. Can I? And this is our volume with the shadows. Not much to. So you can turn on the shadows by clicking on the shadow icon, of course. I wonder how do you change this? Yeah, sun settings. There we go. Sun settings. Top left. No. Sun settings. Top left. There we go. Not much is going on, but kind of helps you understand the volume a little bit better, maybe. Maybe, I don't know. Okay, so we have that. Let us continue. So there are two more things that I'm going to do, and then we will finish up this portion of the tutorials. Tutorial number 1. So I am going to show you how to make a roof. So making a roof is going to be quite fun. Let's jump to the 3rd floor. No, the 4th floor. That's where our roof is going to be. And I just need to know, so our walls go between E and B, and they reach here. So it's between E and it's between B. So here we have our floors. By the way, if you are tired of kind of playing detective and not seeing it, you can go to view range here. View range. And choosing that the view depth, how deep do you see, goes a little bit deeper. So let's say unlimited, sure. Unlimited view depth. Hit apply. Hit OK. And now you will see the floors. All of the floors below 4th floor. So now you see the walls here, and we will add a roof. So this is going to be an angled roof. Click. There we go. And it's basically, it's the same way as drawing a floor slab, right? You just choose, for instance, the walls. Click, 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 like that. And here you can choose, there we go. So here you can choose what kind of, sorry. Having a stroke, I think. Here you can choose what kind of angle the roof will have. So now I'm just kind of clicking on all the walls and hitting accept, and this is the roof. And if we take a look at it in 3D, it's the ugliest roof that you could find. Let me just try to snap it. There we go. That's done. Let's take a look at it. There it is. So there's a lot of problems with it, right? The main one being that it's there's this kind of very weird gap where the walls end and the roof begins. That makes absolutely no sense whatsoever, right? So that's bad, of course. And other things are, what if you don't want all of these slopes to be like that, right? What if you want a roof like this, right? Can you control it? Of course you can, right? So I'm going to do it again, but this time I'm going to show you how do you fill, how do you not make this ugly gap here, right? So I'll delete the roof and I'll create a new one. Roof, there we go. Roof, and I'll just choose. By the way, you can choose what kind of a roof you want. Is it concrete? Is it generic? I'll just say generic. Doesn't matter. And here, instead of choosing the walls, I will choose to just draw a line. That's what I prefer to do. That. Come on. And that's why we save, by the way. There we go. such a mess. Okay. That, oops, slightly messed it up, but that's fine. We will fix it. And that point. There we go. Oh my God. When you zoom in, okay, so while this is lagging, when you zoom in too much, it's going to redraw the whole model at a higher detail, and that's why it lags. I absolutely hate that thing about Revit, but they insist on doing it, so yeah, whatever. Okay, so here I just need to move those. I'll just need to move that point, but that's fine. For now, let's just accept it. And this is how the roof looks like now. A little bit better. Why is it sticking out here? Why is it? Is it sticking out? It is sticking out. Did I mess up? I think I messed up. I think I anchored it to the wrong. No, I didn't. Wait. So it's not sticking out here. What about section 2? And it is indeed sticking out here, but it's sticking out here because I messed up the other side. Oh yeah, that's, of course, that's why. That's because I misclicked on the other side, why I was right here. So this is the part that's sticking out. So let's fix it. You can double click on the roof and then you can change the points where they are. That cancel. How are you even joined? Don't lie to me. Okay, or you can just draw it again because it's faster. Oh my God, to do it that way. Okay, so let's draw it again. Click. Click. This time, don't mess up. Click. 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 There we go. Okay. We have our clean roof, right? Now I'm going to click on this modify icon here so that I can select my lines. And notice how here we have the angles. So I can define the angles of all of the slopes of each individual slope of the roof. So here by default it's set to 30, but what if we do 75 for this side, 75 for this side, and then these are going to be, yeah, sure, let's do 75 here as well. Why not? Why not? This is gonna be fun. Okay, so we hit finish. We take a look at it, and that's our new roof. Great. So that's with 75% degree angle. Again, not the roof that we want. So let's double click on it again, or not. Let's double click on it again. There we go. And let's mess around with it even further. So these icons right here specify which lines define slope, right? And if I select one of these lines, let's see this one, it will have a tick mark here that says define slope. So for instance, if I were to choose this line and say that it doesn't define slope, and choose this line and also say, and tick the part that says define slope, so that it doesn't define slope here as well, and change this to something more reasonable, let's say 45 degrees, and this one, change this to 45 degrees as well, hit accept. Now we have a proper, a proper roof, just like this one, right? Well, the walls are disconnected from it, but other than that, I think it's fine. So actually, that's important. How do we connect the walls to the roof? So what we can do is we can go to the third floor and we can choose the walls that we want to connect, like that. We choose these walls, right? And we want to say, yo, extend these walls until they attach to the roof. So attach. So I'll go to, when I have these walls selected, I'll choose this tool, attach top base, like that. And then I'll just simply click on the roof. So you might need to change your view or something like that, or just have two views opened, and click on the roof. And click on the roof. There we go. So then it attaches. And then you hit escape a bunch of times and take a look at it. And yeah, that's good. That's good. That's a wall that's attached to the roof, right? So that's how you work with a sloped roof. Nothing too fancy, right? Another thing is, how do you work with a flat roof? And this one I prefer. I don't know. I prefer flat roofs. So I'll delete this, right? So immediately the walls come back to being normal because they don't have anything to attach to. And instead, in the fourth floor, I'll just create a floor, right? I'll just create a floor. I will just choose, I'll just pick walls, I think. Yeah, let's just do it super simple. Pick walls, hit accept. Would you like walls to go up to this floor? No, we don't. We want to keep it as it is, so don't attach. Would you like to join geometry, cut the overlapping volume out of the walls? Yeah, sure. Whatever. Okay, and we're Gucci. So we battery, no battery, come back. I wonder if it's going to be alive now. There we go. Okay, good. Where was I? Oh yeah. One last thing is, I am going to be doing concrete railings. So I'm going to be showing that, how to do, for these balconies, of course, they need railings. So I'm going to be doing concrete railings. You might want to do, regular railings. That's fine as well. It's just, remember that by default, Revit has really, really ugly rails. So, take it with caution, right? Use that tool with caution. I will show that in the next tutorial. But for now, concrete railings, those are basically walls, right? Nothing fancy. So let's take a look. I will need a railing on the third floor, two railings actually, on the third floor, there and there. And also I'll need a railing on the first floor. Yes, first floor railing in the garden view and third floor railing. Okay, so let's start with first floor. That's a tongue twister. First floor railing, right here, right? And I'll just grab a wall. This time I don't need a 30 centimeter wall. I'll just be using block work maybe. Now let's go for generic 140 millimeters. Yeah, that's fine. So basic generic wall, 140 mil. Finish face exterior. Height, this time it's going to be unconnected and it's going to be the height of the railing. So let's go for a meter. A meter is a little bit low for a railing, but I think that's fine. Usually it's 1.1. Let's go for 1.1. There's no, there are cats there, so I don't know why I said that. Doesn't matter. Okay, so we do have our railing there. Oh, it even has an ugly hatch. Oh, I don't like that hatch. I wonder if we can get rid of it. Hidden line. So this happens sometimes. Not sometimes. It's usually the case that certain types of geometries have certain types of representation, in certain drawings. So this one in particular has these ugly brickwork hatch, which we can, I believe, fix. Okay, first of all, let me escape. No, I don't want to make a floor. Quit thing cannot be under. Yes. Okay. So if I select, this is going to be me actually investigating how to get rid of that hatch. If I select all of these walls and I edit type, so I click on edit type. Here we have the graphics. And maybe here I can choose to not have a hatch. Yeah, no pattern. Hit OK. Hit apply. Yeah, that doesn't care. That doesn't care at all. There's one more thing that I could do. Edit type, basic wall, structure, edit structure, concrete massing. I believe it's somewhere here. So that's thermal, and that's concrete masonry. So I could change it here with this block, or sorry, this that's cut pattern, surface pattern. I could change it here, but I really don't want to. Really don't want to. Let's leave it. Let's leave it as it is for now. Yeah, let's not mess around with that. Sorry for that intermission. Hope you didn't get too bored with me. Let's add more walls here. I can't look at it. I'm just going to change its. I'm just going to change its type. So I'm going to select these walls and just do foundation generic 200 mil. I could do 200 mil or 135. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so I've just chose a different different type of wall for that. Okay, so now let's draw a wall, not masonry, but rather 135 mil wall from here to. Oh, it goes along the center line. No. So we will need to switch it. Switch it around. Yeah, save project. So it goes along finish face exterior. It goes along. It's unconnected. It's 1,100. No. Yes, 1,100. It's chained. Has this type. Perfect. That's all we need. And then we just draw it straight up. Bam, bam, bam. Enter. That's drawn. And then we have another. We have it in another site. Notice how I'm not creating any geometry whatsoever in the 3D view. Yeah, that's how you work with Revit. So here I'm going to draw up. Am I in the floor? Escape out of that. Sorry about that. Draw walls from here. Oops, that was my bad. Along. There we go. Enter. So we have our railing here as well. All right. I think we're fine. I think we're good with the geometry so far. One last thing that I want to show you before we finish up for today, for this tutorial, is, as you probably can tell, I'm not a big fan of the user interface of Revit and the clunkiness of it. So one last thing that I want to show you is called a section box, and for that I need to go to, so if I, in 3D view, if I actually don't want to see all of this crap, right? Especially here, what the hell are you? Delete. There we go. If I don't want to see all of this crap, I can just create a section, just a small section of the building itself, right? So in 3D. So I can do that by going to modify. Yeah, I can go to modify tab. I can select all of the objects here, all of the objects. And I can click on this icon right here, which is called selection box. Bam. So it will create this kind of a box for me around my everything that I have selected. And I can, once I select that box, I can click and drag the sides of it, right? So that I only see my building. And also that's a good way of how to investigate the inside of the building. So my box is a little bit, the angle is not that great. So let me just switch it to top view here real fast in 3D by just clicking on this icon right here, top. And I will just rotate. What the? Oh, it rotates around that point. Why? Again, we do it again, rotate. This time I will actually look at the tools here. So I'll say center of rotation place. I will place the center of rotation here. Perfect. And I will rotate it like so. Bam. That's good enough, right? That's it. Then we can go back to our 3D view by just clicking on this, dragging on this box here. Not box. Yeah, it is a box, right? On the top right-hand side. And now I can mess around by just moving in the section box and looking at my geometry. Right? And that's my block out for now. I will change the angle of the sun settings. Still do I even care? I don't care. So Boston, sure, I'll just change the time. Fly. Okay, that's 5 p.m. That's my bad. 12. No. Morning. No, even more. Yeah, that's nighttime, right? Summer solstice, apply. 9 a.m. It's good. 8. That's even better. Okay. So now the sun is shining inside of my building. It through the section. Okay, I think that's good enough for today. So the task is right now, after you've watched tutorial 1, to make this kind of a block out, very basic block out of the volumes that you're going to have in the, in between, squished in between those two buildings, that you are going to put function into tomorrow. So that's the task. For those of you who are not sure how you'll manage to fit in, the bedroom and whatnot, I would suggest just taking a piece of paper or AutoCAD or whatever and just drawing out the plan, basic plans, with the staircases and whatnot, just to know what you actually want to do, right? What you actually want to accomplish. Here, I am not doing that just to save time. So my building is going to be worse, much worse than your buildings. Right. So other than that, I think we're done here. Go get to work, and I'll see you tomorrow. So in part 1, we have finished doing the block out. So this is what I would call a good enough block out for us to start detailing. So we basically have the whole proportion going, and everything seems to be in order in this regard. So now what I want to do is I want to focus on, shall we go for doors and windows? Perhaps. Yeah, let's go for doors and windows. So I'll show you different techniques and different ways on how you can create doors and windows in your Revit file. So to begin, let's add a door. Let's add an entrance door to our building. I'll go to ground floor here. And actually, at this stage, I really like splitting this view into two. So here I have my 3D view and my ground floor view, right? These two views. If you don't see a 3D view, just double click here, right? And it will open up the 3D view for you. So we have these two tabs, these two views. And basically what I want to do is I just want to take this 3D view and drag it away, right? Like so. So now it's like a separate window that is not docked anywhere. And then just taking it and dragging it to the side, like so, will eventually show me this, right? This blue rectangle. Once I see this blue rectangle, I will release my mouse button, and then this 3D view gets docked. So now I'm working in two views at the same time, or rather I see two views at the same time, which is super convenient. So let me just cut away that part. So that's my box selection tool. Remember, we are using it. And I'm using it to just cut away the bits that I don't need. I'll maybe even cut deeper into these surrounding buildings, just so that I only see almost only see my building. Something like that. Okay, so that is now that is not obscured. Okay, so this is our entrance area, which relates to this wall right here. You can see once I select this wall here, it will show up here, get highlighted here as well. And here I just want to add a door. So how do you do that? Well, you select the door tool. Well, I zoomed in, so now we wait. There we go. I click on the door tool, and here, before I start adding it, it will ask me for what kind of door do I want. So this is a single flush door, 2.1 meters high, 0.9 meters, 90 centimeters wide. This is like a typical door. And actually, there's not a lot of options here to choose from. So I will be choosing the default, the regular doorway. I think that's absolutely fine. And I'll just add it. Do we center it? Nah. Probably just do it like that. Bam. So I have just added the door, and let's say I want later down the line, I will want to add a shelf here, or I will want to have a possibility to add a shelf here. So we know that the shelf width is 60 centimeters. So the way I do it is I will just, let me just see if I can. Hello? I zoomed in too much again. Just give me a second. Not me, give Revit a second to catch up. There we go. Oh my God. It's quite a slow program. Ain't gonna lie. Not responding, huh? Well, that calls for a coffee break. Zoom out. There we go. And I'll just click on modify here, this modify button. There we go. I will select the door, and now I can, here, this dimension, I can write rather, what kind of dimension I want. Instead of 0, instead of the door being flush with this wall, I can add 600 millimeters. Enter. That is wrong, minus 600. That is correct. So the correct way as well, of course. And thus we now have this gap here where we will be able to put a shelf or a seating area, anything like that. Usually I do this for a rack, for clothes rack for the entrance. So that's how we add a door. That's basically it, right? You just kind of do it. You just add a door. Another thing is adding a window. So while we're still here in our entrance, I will be adding a window here in this area. So it's done in exactly the same way as the door. I'll select the window tool, and I will choose what kind of window I want. I think I'll just go for the default one because these guys have too many subdivisions. I don't want that many subdivisions. So I'll just use the regular one, and I'll choose this the type of it. So let's say that's 90 centimeters by 1.8 meters. I think that's gonna be okay. Or let's do 40 centimeters by 1.8 meters. I think that's gonna be cooler, like that. And here I can specify how high the window is going to be, right? So that's before me clicking on the wall. I can specify how high this window can be, or I can do that later down the line. That's fine as well. So let me just put it in, probably maybe closer to the door. There we go, something like that. So I constantly check the dimensions to see if they are correct, and 300 mil I think is fine. So we end up with having the door and this kind of a narrow window inserted. Let me click on the modify tool again, select the window, and see what we can change with it. So the first thing is sill height, and the second thing is head height, right? So in terms of sill height, I can say, well, what if it's 500 millimeters? Hit apply. See, the window just moves up, and then the head height updates as well. So now, let's say I want the window to be aligned, the height, the top of the window, rather, to be aligned with the door. The way I do it is I will just select the door and just double check. So the head height of the door is 2.134 meters. So if I select the window, and here for the head height, I type in 2134, hit apply. Ah, yes, of course. It gets aligned. It does get aligned with the door, but I forgot how is that called? The framing of the door. And I assume the framing of the door is like that looks like 5 or maybe 10 centimeters. No, that's definitely not 10. So that looks like a 5 centimeter framing. So I will just add 5 centimeters to this head height, which is going to be a total of 2184 millimeters. And that looks right, I think. Maybe not. Yeah, we're 1 centimeter away. 2194. I could just, yeah, probably I should do this. I could just kind of select the door, right? And go to edit type and find the trim extension here. So apparently trim width is set to be 76 millimeters. So I will just change it to 50. Hit apply. So now it is indeed 5 centimeters. And now if I change this back to 2184, apply, there we go. Now they are aligned. So it's a little bit fiddly. Edit type lets you edit the type of the door itself. So you can make adjustments to how the door looks like. Same thing for the window. Right, so we have that done now. Nothing too fancy, but you know, it is working, so that's good. And that's what the. Well, we will visit that part later. No, never mind. That's the surrounding building, so that's not an issue. So that's basically how you add doors and windows, right? Nothing too fancy. By the way, if you want to change the type of a window, once you have inserted it, you can. Same thing for the door. So you just select the window, you go to the Properties tab, and you just choose a different type, right? Bam, it changes. And now we need to fish out which one. Yeah, it was this one. Good. So that is that. In terms of, let me do it again for the other side, just so that we are on the same page and everyone is following along. Or rather, maybe I want this to be full glass, right? This whole area, perhaps I want it to be full glass. I can do that by first carving out a hole in the wall, and then adding what's called a curtain wall inside of that opening. So to do an opening, to create an opening, you can either create a vertical or a horizontal opening, and the vertical opening is just called a wall opening, nothing fancy, and the horizontal one, or rather, maybe I should call this the vertical one. So the shaft is a vertical opening, while the wall opening is a horizontal, right? So yeah, again, the shaft is you carve away from what's called floor slabs and ceilings and roofs. With wall opening, you carve away from the wall. So I will just select that tool, which will basically ask me to, what does it ask me? Cuts a rectangular opening in a straight or curved wall. So for that, I probably need to do it in 3D, right? Or maybe we can do it in 2D. Let's see. Click, no, click, yes. Oh, okay. So it's basically 2 clicks. Let me do that again, because this was a bit dodgy. Wall opening, click, click, click. There we go. So you select the wall, and then you say from where do you start the opening and where do you end. So here it's a little bit wonky. You can see how what kind of hole it made, but we can make a bunch of adjustments later. That's going to be easy to do. And that later is now, actually. So let me click on Modify. And here you can see that I can select the opening, the shaft. I can indeed select it, and I can change its measurements, right? So here I want a precise measurement of 3 meters. Let's see if that's gonna work. Yeah, it is gonna work. And I want it to be centered, right? So that's 103 and that's 97. That doesn't work. I'll just do 100 by 100, right? So 3 meters, 10 centimeters, 10 centimeters. So we have this, this opening here, and the height of it, right? I can change the height of it as well. So first things first, let's check the bottom. So the bottom here, the base offset is minus 19.2 for some reason. I don't want that. I will just say base offset is 0. Hit apply. So it gets moved up a bit. And then the top offset, so that is from the first floor level. You can see that top constraint is set to be up to level 3,500, right? So it's from this level here. It's being moved down by 1 meter 8 centimeters, right? Which is a very weird offset. So actually for this kind of window, I will say minus 500 mil. I think that's going to be okay. So it gets moved closer. There we go. So we have our opening here, which is ready to accept, or now we are ready to put in curtain wall inside of it. The way we do it is we just create a wall. We start creating a wall, and in the properties, you scroll down until you see curtain wall option, right? And here there's like exterior glazing, storefront, curtain wall. So we will just be creating a regular curtain wall like that. And we will say that wall goes along the center line. That's fine. Yeah, all of that seems okay. Let's just start drawing it and see what happens, right? So this is the default settings. Top constraint, unconnected, that's fine. And let me just try and draw it through the middle point of this wall, from here to here. There we go. Okay, so that is done. It's basically, it just created a single glass panel right now. And you can see that that panel doesn't even reach the top. So we need to somehow be able to reach, apologies, we need to reach the top of this hole. And the way we do it, I believe, is by just, no, we can't. Well, technically we can, by just saying that it needs to be up to the first floor level, right? But the top offset needs to be the same as the top offset of our hole, which we used 500 millimeters for, right? So it goes up to level 1, and the top offset is minus 500 millimeters. Hit apply. It didn't change. Why didn't it change? That's because we are still in place wall tool and not edit wall tool. That's my bad. Sorry about that. So we actually need to escape out completely. So hit escape until you don't have any tools running. We need to do that. And then we select this glazing wall. How is it called? Curtain wall. Sorry, this curtain wall. We select it. And then here we can change the settings. So that was my bad. Before I was changing the settings for the next curtain wall that I'm going to be creating. So top constraint from unconnected, I changed this to first floor, and top offset, I changed this to minus 500. And now it should be good to go. There we go. So now it's all tied up. Okay, so we have our single glass piece here, which is not, it's okay, but it's maybe not something that we necessarily want. Perhaps we want to have a little bit more divisions and so on. Of course, is it possible to make it like that? Technically, yes, but this would cost more than the rest of the building. So instead, let's add a few divisions. So I am going to escape out of all of the tools. And here in the architecture tab, I'll find curtain grid tool. So this is going to be, well, actually, once I hover my mouse over it, it shows what it does. It's going to separate the glass panels into smaller panels, right, with a grid. So curtain grid, select that. And here in the plan view, I am just going to kind of divide it up. And I'm thinking of perhaps we can do 1 meter here and 1 meter here, right? So 2 divisions, right? Every 1 meter, like that. And then in the, let me jump in here, in the perspective view, I will say that at 2.2 meters, I also need a division. This kind of indicates that I will have the centerpiece as a doorway. I'm able to use it as a doorway, and the doorway is not going to be like 3 meters high, which reduces the costs dramatically. So once you're done that, escape, hit escape a bunch of times. Once you've done that, you are able to, well, you will see that the glass has been separated into parts, but there's no framing yet. So we need to add the frames. And the way you add frames is by creating mullions. So frames are called mullions, right? I will select that tool, mullion, like that. And it's going to say, first of all, what kind of mullion do we want, right? It's going to ask in the properties, what kind of mullion do we want? And there's like a bunch of different options. 50 by 150 mil is a pretty intense one. I want a little bit thinner one, so I'll just use the 30 millimeter square mullion. So that's a cross section. It's like 3 by 3 centimeters. It's super thin. It's unrealistically thin, but I think that's fine. Can we edit type of it? Yeah, we can even edit type and we can add any thickness we want, but I will stick to the default one. That's fine. So we have our mullions. And then here it asks me to select grid lines, right? So I can either select grid lines one by one, and these divisions are grid lines. They are called grid lines. I can select them one by one, or I can select all of them at the same time. So I'm thinking of just going to town and just selecting all of them and clicking. So I just selected that tool and clicked on the grid lines, and now the framing has been placed, and you can see it here as well, right? Those black dots, that's the framing. Perhaps let me undo, Control Z, and instead let me actually use the bigger one, just so that you can see better these divisions. So again, I selected the 50 by 150 mil, all grid lines, select, bam, big boys. Right? Okay, so we have our curtain wall here set up. You can do the same thing for multiple floors as well. That's fine. You just make a larger shaft. Actually, maybe I should show you how to do it. Do I show you here or here? Maybe here. Let's do a glass facade, right? In the front of the building. So I will go to my sorry, now I'm just starting to design it. I'm trying to figure out a nice design for this. So let's say in our first floor, that's the wrong side. And now we need to wait for it to load up. So first floor loaded up on the right-hand side. No, I want it here. So in our first floor, I will also create a shaft opening. So, sorry, a wall opening like that. And I will create one from, on this wall, from here to here, something like that. But this one, actually, I want to be a little bit less wide. So I'll just say something like this, perhaps. So let's go for 1.5 meters. That's 1.5 millimeters. That's my bad. I keep forgetting that I'm drawing everything in millimeters here. Usually in Rhino, I do blockouts in meters and then switch to millimeters once I do detailed project. 1,500, right? And this dimension needs to be 0. Can't keep elements joined. That's fine. I will just say unjoin elements. But then it makes that mistake, huh? So this is where it starts becoming a little bit just your regular Revit things, right? Let me undo. And here, instead of 0, oops. Here, instead of, in this case, instead of 300 millimeters, let me write 500, something like that. So we have a 20 centimeter gap here. I think that's fine. Let me, while I'm at it, let me make another shaft here. From here. Let's see, can I type in 500? Oof. Yes, I can, but it lags. So this is another way of how I'm creating shafts. So while I'm still in shaft creation tool, I am able to kind of continue adding shafts to this, but it's not being cooperative at all. Ooh, that's my bad. So I forgot that I'm creating a wall opening and not a shaft. So I accidentally cut away from the floors, not from the wall. Oopsie. Control Z. Disregard. Yes. Save the project, sure. Okay, we're back. Sorry. Let me just create a wall opening, not a shaft opening. I will show you how to create a shaft opening in just a second, but now we are just creating wall openings like that. Modify, select this, and here we just start typing in the dimensions. So this one is going to be like 600 mil, and it's going to be, let's say, or actually here, this dimension is going to be 200 mil away, something like that. Yeah, I think that's gonna look okay. And now it's just the height, right? I need to I need to fix the height of it. So I'm just going to select the first shaft opening, and I'm going to say that the top constraint of it is up to the 3rd floor, like that. And the top offset is, let's go for 0. Hit apply. Doesn't cut, huh? That's weird. I wonder why. Perhaps it's because I made it in... Wait. Yeah, that's understood. That's because these are 2 separate walls, right? And this guy, this shaft opening can only cut through the one. So, but that's not a problem. I will just move it down, and I will say that the constraint is the 2nd floor. Top offset is 0. Apply. Hit apply. Same thing for this one. Not for this one. For this one, top offset 0. Apply. There we go. And now we just need these two shaft openings to go to the second floor as well. So I'm just going to do it manually, real fast. So let me jump to the second floor. That's 20, that's 20, that's 60. Don't remember this one, but we'll figure it out. Should be good. So let me just drag this one in here, second floor. There we go. And I'll do this as fast as I can once this stops lagging. Wall opening on this wall from here to here, from here to here. Okay, we have two wall openings. This one is 200 mil. This one is probably 1500. So that then it changes this 200, and this one I don't know. I don't know this dimension, but that's fine because we will get it by changing this. So this one is 600. That is 200, and then automatically that dimension kind of locks in place in being 700. So now we have one more shaft. That's great. And all we need to do is just say that top offset of it is 0, like that. And that top offset is 0 as well. Apply. Why is this higher than... Oh, this one is also that. So, sorry, we need to move it down a bit because we are going into the floor slab. So the floor slab is 150 millimeters wide or thick. So the top offset actually needs to be minus 150. Apply. So that we're not going into the floor slab. This one, come on, just let me, there we go. Minus 150. Okay, so here we have our shaft openings, and I'm just going to jump back into first floor, where I'm just going to create the curtain wall again, architectural curtain wall from here to here, and then from here to here, right? So we have our walls, modify. So sometimes it creates a wall inwards inside, like in the wrong direction. So the way you fix it is by, you don't really see it on the screen, but there are two arrows here, which let you change the orientation of the wall, right? So you can switch them up. So I'll do that. I will switch the orientation of these walls. Then I just need to, for the first one, I will just go to top constraint and say that actually it's to the third floor, not the second floor. And the top offset is actually minus 150 due to the thickness of the floor slab. Same thing for here. Top offset minus 150 up to level 3. Apply. There we go. So we have our two curtain walls set up. Now all I need to do is just add a grid again to them. So here I'll just add one division, one vertical division. Here I don't need to add any vertical divisions, right? And then I'll jump into 3D, and just hovering my mouse over the vertical edge of the curtain wall, I am able to add horizontal divisions. So I'll probably add a division here, 1500, here, 1500, and it doesn't really let me add 1500 here, but this seems okay. And then same thing here, 1500, 1500, bam, 1500. Or 1425, that's fine. So we have our grids set up, and then I'll go to Modify tab, I'll click on the Modify button. I'll click on Mullion and do the same thing. Rectangular mullion, all grid lines. I'll choose the button that says all grid lines and say that all of these need rectangular mullions, right? And these also need rectangular mullions. So now all of this is kind of done, is kind of set up, right? We have our facade done. Last thing that I want to do, I will not be messing around with the backside. Backside would also probably, I would add a curtain grid of some sorts. I will instead just add a doorway and a window here in the top. So let me go to the, let's go here. Let me go to the 3rd floor. Whew. Come on, load up. There we go. 3rd floor. Bam, bam, bam. Still loading. There we go. Door, regular door. Just add it. Probably 600 mil again, something like that. So we have our door, and then click on Modify, Window, add a window, also like a narrow window, 300 millimeters away from the door, like that. What the hell was, well, it worked out. So the window is slightly too low. We will fix that by just adjusting the head height to 135 for this window is actually, it needs to be to 185. That's what we remember from our previous insertion of this window. That's it, right? That's it. We have some sort of a facade. It's not the greatest for sure, but it's okay. It's good enough to show you the tools. So that is that. Now let's look at how can we add in doorways inside of the building. Not doorways, walls and stairs inside of the building. So I'll go back to ground floor and I'll add a staircase first. So that's the first thing that I'm going to do, is add a staircase. So this is going to be a little bit more tricky. Not necessarily tricky, but I will go to the architecture tab and I'll choose stair here. And here is the stair creation tool, right? So I am able to either create a straight staircase, which is just straight up that. And by the way, given the height of each step and so on, and the width of each step, it automatically knows how long the staircase is going to be. And here our this is our settings, right? So right now, desired number of steps is 19. So this is how many steps we want. And actual tread depth is 25. So it's only 25 centimeters? Really? Maybe that's fine. I like doing 28 centimeters for the treads, but this is a pretty small house, so 25 is okay. And then it automatically calculates what's going to be the riser height. So that's that's 18 centimeters, which is fine. 18 is okay. So usually it's 17.5, but again, this is a small house. So when we just do regular straight staircase, it's pretty straightforward, right? We just, I can say run is location of the line is on the left-hand side of the run, and I can just, oops, not the left-hand side, right-hand side, run right from here to here, bam. That's it. That's a staircase. I can even show it to you here. No, I can't. I need a section to be able to show you. Can we do a section? No, we can't while we are running the staircase, the stair tool. So let me open up the building a bit so that you can see better what's going on. So again, stair, cancel, ground floor. So notice how that menu popped up. That was because I was in 3D view. Instead, I will create a ground floor, the staircase in ground floor view. So then it won't even ask me any questions. So stair from here to run on the right from here to here, bam. Just creates a staircase. So there's no opening and so on, but that's fine. That's something that we will easily easily fix. Okay. So that is a very simple staircase without any risers, without any landings, without anything like that. So let me delete it. And instead, let's see other variations of the staircase that we can do. We can do full step spiral. So that was the straight staircase. We can do full step spiral, which is basically just, and there we go. There it fits, right? So it just generates a spiral staircase. Nothing fancy about it. Not really sure how it can be used in this particular project because it eats up so much space, but it is there. Then you have center end spiral, which is basically you describe the center point, and then you describe the end point, and you can do, you do the spiral staircase, so it looks the same, but if I were to repeat it, and if I were to say something like this, and then repeat it again, oh my God, this is annoying. Let's just do it this way. Repeat it again and see something like this, bam, or fine. Oh my God. I can't fit it properly, so I'm struggling with it. Let's try it again. That's going to be our center point, and we will start from here, half a turn, like that, and then this is going to be our center point. We will start from here, and another half a turn. So it's going to make this kind of a staircase. Which, yep, it is how it is. It looks how it looks, I know, but let me just delete it so that you don't need to look at it. Automatic line, blah, 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 whatever. Okay. So then we have L form staircase, which is quite convenient, but it's basically just drag and drop. And then once you dragged and dropped it, you will need to align it with the walls, of course. So to align, you can either rotate it. So you select the tool, the thing, and you rotate it. Like that, right? That's super simple. Or there is an option for aligning. Align. So it's going to ask you to give it a reference line. So let's say this line, and it's going to ask you to give it a alignment line. So this line here, let's say, or that. Yeah, there we go. So first it's the alignment line, and then there is the reference line, and it's just going to snap to place. Also kind of useful, especially in these kind of houses, because then you can move below the staircase. So that might be something that you would like to look into. Last one that I'm going to cover is the U-shape winder, I guess. So it's basically this kind of staircase, right? Again, this one is just drag and drop. And again, I will just use a line tool, click, click, to just snap it to place. Easy. Right. So that's the staircases, the default staircases rather. So then you have the possibility to make your own, well, not make your own, but draw your own staircase, which I really enjoy. So you can create runs, landings, and support systems, which we don't care about. So run is basically, let's say I want my first run to be only 2 meters long, and I want my second run to be, let's say it starts from here and goes on the left hand side and goes until, let's say, only 4 meters, like that. And then I have my third run, which is on the right. So you keep switching between left, right, blah, 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 to goes like so. It's no problem. It's going to do it, right? It's not going to be tricky at all. It's going to automatically connect the staircases with the runs. Sometimes it doesn't. So if it doesn't, let's see if there is a disconnect between this. Let me show you here in 3D as well. If there is a disconnect between this run and this run, right, I can draw a landing either by hand or by specifying that, yo, please connect this, this, and this, right? So just click, click, and it will connect them with a run. Or if I want a fancy, some sort of fancy shape for my landing, then I can create a sketch, and then just draw it out. So I will just say, bam, bam. I want my landing to be a beautiful little form like this. Come on, snap. There we go. Bam. Just make sure that it's a closed polyline. Hit apply. Bam. That's your landing, and right now it's not tied to your stairs, so you would need to actually change the relative height of it so that it is indeed tied with the steps. So you can do that by calculating the height of each step and kind of getting the correct value for it. I think, like, let's say 2,500 here, apply. Yeah, that's close enough. That's close enough. So you end up with this kind of a weird run where it does make mistakes here. It doesn't fill it in or anything like that, but it is a possibility. Let me delete that. Yeah, that's about it in terms of stairs. So let me just create a super simple one right now. Just a straight staircase. And here, when I'm going to be creating it, I'll just go through the settings. And here I kind of want to do, let's see what kind of monolithic staircase, how does that look like? Bam. Yeah, so I do like the monolithic staircase type because it's super simple, right? It does exactly what I want it to do. It's a super simple staircase. So let's do it. And I'll just do a straight line for it. So let's say a person walks in, hangs his or her coat, and then there's a staircase waiting for them. on this side. So I just want to give them like 1.5, let's say, meters of space to move. 1.5. There we go. Space to move along, so that there's no awkward moments here. The width of the staircase is 1 meter. I can change it here if I want to, but I think for something like this, 1 meter is a-okay. There's no railing, but you can add railing to the staircase by just clicking this button, railing, where you kind of choose what kind of type of railing you want. I don't know, what's default? Let's see. Bam. Hello? Railing. That's weird. Let me just accept this. Okay, so it did create railing once I have accepted the staircase. So this kind of railing is super ugly, and I don't like it. So if you don't want the railing, you can always delete it straight up. Just delete it. That fixes your problem of not having a nice railing. But now you have another problem, which is people falling down your stairs. So to fix it, let's say I will just make a wall here, right? For the staircase. I'll just make a wall. I'll just put it in the wall. The gallery owner needs a wall either way, so might as well do it for them. So I will create a wall, and it's not going to be a curtain wall. It's going to be an interior wall. 138 millimeters seems fine. That's a partitioning wall, and just create one here. That is not going to be a center line. I can't have it as a center line. Finish face exterior probably. Nope, I was wrong. Finish face interior, like that. So you always kind of mess around with the alignment of the walls. So I think that, and then that should be a-okay. Enter. So we have this kind of a weird, awkward interior wall here, but we will fix it by just selecting it, holding down the Control key, selecting both of them, and then just saying top constraint is up to the first floor and top offset is minus 150. The reason why it's minus 150 is because of the thickness of the floor slab. Okay, great. Now we have now we have some walls here, and I will probably just add architecture door just because I want to. I'll just add a door here like that, because you kind of want to use up the space below the staircase for storage. So we have that, and that is good enough for paintings to hang, and you kind of just you're not losing surface area for the gallery. Right? That's the key, I guess. Okay. So now, one last thing. Just one last thing is that the staircases they don't go anywhere, right? Once they reach the second floor, you just bump your head, or the first floor, you just bump your head. We need to make a hole in the first floor to let the staircase in, and to do that, I will just go to first floor right here. I can see that the staircase ends here. That's perfect. And I will create a shaft opening. So I can either create a shaft opening or I can change the boundary of the floor itself. Let me show you both variations on how to do it. So let's say the first variation is changing the boundary of the floor, right? So actually changing it in the section. Sometimes it's kind of hard to select the floor slab. So I'll just do it in 3D view, selecting the floor slab there, and then continue working in the plan view. So we are going to change the boundary of this floor slab. So if I click on edit boundary right here, I can draw lines. So the pink line here is the boundary of our floor. But if I, let's say, take, let's go for a circle tool, and just draw out a circle right in the middle of the boundary and hit accept. This is well, what's going to happen, right? It's going to make a hole of that circle. So let me come back here, or rather undo, Control Z, and Control Z once more to undo the circle. And instead, let me draw out the opening for the staircase. So this is 3.5 meters, right? The ceiling height is 3.5 meters. So that means if we kind of climb up to the half of the stairs, it's 1.75 meters of clearance. So that's not good. That means we need at least 3 more steps for the clearance to be okay, so that we don't bump our heads. So I'm guessing if this is the middle, if this line, if it's the middle of the staircase, I'm guessing up until here we need an opening. So let me just, and that's good that we have an arrow just kind of showing us that. So let me just grab a line tool and just draw 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just kind of clicking 5 times to draw this rectangle, hitting accept. Would you like walls that go up to this floor level to attach to its bottom? Would you like walls that go up to this floor's level to attach to its bottom? Nah, don't attach. Don't care. Don't care. And yeah, we have our opening now, right? With our steps. There is a little bit of a gap there. Why is there a gap there? That's because of the discrepancy of the riser height. So it couldn't fit perfectly, but, or maybe it could. No, it could, because this height is the same as this height. Okay, so that's, sorry, that was my bad. It's all good. It's all good. So we have an opening for our staircase. The problem now is, and you kind of continue working on it. The problem now is that you can fall down here, right, into this hole. So we need to build up some walls. Yeah, sure. Save project. Always save your projects, by the way. So we need to build up some walls from here to here to maybe here. Like that, enter, and then I'm just going to modify, select these 2 walls, holding down the Control key, and say that it's actually connected to the second floor, and the top offset is again -150. Apply. Perfect. So now, if I make a section through the steps, I can see how exactly this whole thing works, right? So we're making progress, right? So we can access the first floor, and now we have access to the second floor. And then, of course, you would need to figure out a way of how to access the third floor and all of that good stuff. it would probably be some sort of a, actually let me just show you, just so that you get a sense of how I'm thinking when I'm doing these things. So you arrive here, right? That's your arrival point in the second floor, in the first floor, sorry, from the ground floor. So that's your arrival point. And then you choose to either go up again or to go into this space, right? So that means it makes sense to have a staircase winding around here, right? Doing a U-shape wind here. So I'll create a stair. Cast in place stair, monolithic stair, that's perfect. And I will give it a first run after 1 meter. I'll give it a first run of 4 steps right here. So there is like a gap right here. Then I will give it 4 more steps here. Fail to generate automatic landing layout, that's fine. We'll just move these steps away a little bit and it will generate the landing. And then the rest is going to be generated here. Can't make stairs. Why? Cancel. Cool. Welcome to Revit. Okay, we try again. Steps. This time, let's say only 3 steps here. 2, 3. No, a bit closer. 3 steps here. Then 4 steps here. And then the remaining ones are here. Can't make stairs. Why? Why are you complaining about this? Cancel. Okay, let me not snap to this edge here. Maybe it doesn't like it, and instead snap to, like, align it with these steps here, like that. Maybe that's good. Yeah, okay, so that works. Just try until it works. That's the answer. Yeah, and that is basically it. Then I just hit accept, like finish editing. Bam. It creates these railings, which we just get rid of, like that. And now we have our steps to the second floor. And the second floor also doesn't have a hole in it, right? So we need to create a hole for the second floor. To do that, I will actually show you the other way of how to do it with the shaft. So I will go to my second floor. That's great. That's where the steps are, and I will create a shaft opening. So I clicked on the shaft option there, and the shaft opening basically just asks me to draw a boundary line again. So I'm just drawing a line, probably something like that. Yeah, let's YOLO it. Something like that. Accept. Bam. We have our opening, and yep, the shaft just ate up the floor above as well. So we need to change the height of the shaft. And the cool thing about it is that with the shaft tool, you can just kind of go to 3D and just drag it down, so that it doesn't reach that floor, and you're good to go. So you just kind of drag down the top face of the shaft. That's it about, and of course you would need to add the walls there and so on, and kind of mess around with the railing here. Perhaps I shouldn't have deleted the railing there, but who cares? Right. So we covered walls, we covered glazing, curtain systems, curtain panels. We covered doors, windows. Columns are boring. Architectural column, you can just kind of place a column anywhere you want. Bam, there's a column. For some reason, there's two. Never mind, there's only one. So you can place columns, but I don't think you will need any columns in this kind of a building. You have ceilings. We don't care about ceilings, floors. Okay, we have done all of this. All of this. Grid is done. Super. Okay, we are done with this part of the tutorial. Next time, I will show you how to actually get drawings out. You know, it's going to be the final tutorial, so everything that that I've missed, I will show you how to do it. How do I say it? Get to work. So to begin, we have covered walls, doors, windows, all of that good stuff. And the only thing left is furniture. And I'm not going to be detailing this project to, to its full potential, so to say. This is just for me to show you the different components. So it's not going to be, in my case, it's not going to be a finished project, but for you as students, I expect you to kind of do a full project. Right, so let's begin. The thing is that with Revit 2021, there isn't a lot of objects or a lot of furniture pieces that you can natively get into your project. If I go here to component, right? If I click on this component icon, I can see here that there are some desks that I can choose from. There's a parking space, some trees, and that's basically it. That's basically it from the default, default library. So it's not it's far from being a big library. So how do you get more stuff in here? Well, there is this button here called Load Family. If you press it, it will open up a browser for you, a file browser. And from here, if you have an older version of Revit, you would be able to choose a furniture piece, or like you would be able to navigate through the library of furniture pieces. But here it's just structural precast and some weird stuff. So I don't have anything here. So how do you get a library in Revit 2021? How do you get a library in here? Well, you need to go to, let me first escape out of this tool. There we go. And you need to go to Insert and click on Load Family. And those of you who are working on the school's computers will be able to, I believe you will find the library already installed, but those of you who are working from home, this is what you need to do, especially with the new Revit. Click on Get Autodesk Content, right here, which will open up you can see it, there we go. It will open up a browser page for you, where you can download the content, so to say, so the library of furniture and whatnot. And that kind of content is split into different regions. So English United States, English United Kingdom, and if we scroll down, far down, you will see English Sweden, right? And here there are these Swedish libraries which you can install, but they are only 15 megabytes, which tells me that there's not a lot of stuff in there, right? So instead what I'm going to do, I'm going to actually download the English United States metric libraries, which is 1.2 gigabytes, right? Much larger. So that means much more stuff for me to play with. So I'll click on this and it will immediately start downloading. If it doesn't, you might need to sign in, but it seems like I haven't signed in, so it should be fine, right? So I'll wait for it to finish downloading, install it, and then we will take a look at how to get them into your file. So just a second. Actually, to save time, while it's downloading, I will be messing around with the furniture here. So with the furniture that I have. So in Architecture tab, I'll click on the Component tab, and I'll see, yeah, sure, this desk, pretty ugly one, but who cares? Basically, adding a desk is just as easy as going to, let's say, the ground floor, zooming in, and hello? Oh, right. So if you change views, it will it will ask you to run the command again. So I'll click on Component, Desk, and here I just can click and place the desk. Okay, so it's thinking. Let's hope it's not going to crash. It didn't. So okay, so we have a desk in here, and I can place another one if I want to, whatever. So I have two desks here. If I check it in 3D view, I can see those two desks being displayed here, even being cut. One of them is being cut. So let me go back to the ground floor. Delete one of those desks. And this one, what can you do with it? Well, you can move it around, of course. You can rotate it. So that's the rotate button right here. Right? So from here to here. You can rotate it. Let me undo that. And you can align it as well. So this desk, I will click on the alignment tool. Choose, let's say, this wall here, this desk line here, and it's going to snap in place. It's going to be aligned. So that means now I can kind of move it. Okay, let me escape out. There we go. Now I can move it and place it properly on my inside of my building. Let's see it in 3D. Yeah, that's how it is. If you don't see a line here, just like I don't, that means your desk is clipping into, it's being pushed into the wall a little bit. That's fine. What we can do is in ground floor, we just move it slightly away from the wall. Come on, just slightly. There we go, 10 centimeters. That's maybe a little bit too much. I zoomed in too far, so now we need to wait for it to do its thing. I don't know what it's doing, but yeah, there we go. So here now, once I selected it, I can see the dimension here saying 100 millimeters. I can change this to 50, right? So it's only 5 centimeters away from the wall. Perfect. If I go to 3D view, I can now see that that line is present. That's an ugly desk. Let me just delete it. Okay. Is it done yet? Yes, it is. Okay. So once you have downloaded the exe file, I'll just run it. So it's opening it up. Revit is famous for being super slow in installing stuff, but it seems to be doing the trick. Let me hit extract, and it should be, yeah, it's fine. So it's now extracting all of the material that I have downloaded. Taking super long, but come on, come on. Not the best thing for a tutorial to wait for things to extract, but who cares? It's just like 15 seconds, 20 seconds, a minute, maybe. Perfect time for a coffee break. While it's extracting, actually, it should be already loading in the files. And let me just make sure. 2021 Autodesk folder. Okay, so it should be extracting into the correct folder. So let me jump back to ground floor, go to Architecture tab, Component, and click on Load Family here. And let me find English, not English Imperial, but English. Oh yeah, there we go. So there's now a lot of folders in here, which is great. And they are being, some files could not be created. Please close all applications, reboot Windows, and restart this installation. Yeah, sure. So basically what it's saying is you shouldn't be running, you shouldn't be loading in the libraries while you are extracting the libraries. We don't care. We have quite a few already installed. This is going to be enough to get the point across. So let me repeat that step just to make sure that you all follow. I clicked on components icon and then clicked on load family. And here I'm in English Imperial Library. So I just moved up one folder and found my English, regular English folder, which is metric. And here we have different kinds of windows, for instance, new kinds of windows that you didn't see before. And also we have furniture, there we go, furniture system or furniture. So let me jump to furniture. Let me see what kind of tables it has. So once I click on one, I can see a preview of it. So round, rectangular, still not that great, but a little bit better than what we had before. So for instance, this round table, I'll hit open. And nothing happens. Oh, never mind. It all immediately loads it in. And now I can place it, right? So once I've placed it, and let me escape out of everything, and even delete this table altogether. If now I go to Components tab, I can see that now this table, with all of its variations, is loaded into the project, right? So now I can use it anytime I want, right? Just choose it and place it. Okay, so on your own time, you can investigate what kind of stuff there is and what kind of families you can load in, but it's mostly tables, beds, right? Different kinds of beds, seating, right? Different kinds of chairs, even Corbusier chair. Right, that. And then if we take a closer look to all of the folders in the library, we can see that there's even curtain wall panels, different types of curtain wall panels, different types of columns, different types of different stuff. So one thing that I'm interested in is windows, for instance, because before we had to work with pretty default, pretty regular windows. So if I escape out, if I, let me look at the 3D model. Where could I add a window? By the way, this is complete garbage. You can't access this area right here. So my staircase is completely like nonsense. It's a bad staircase. I should probably fix it. Yeah, for pedagogical purposes, I will be fixing the staircase. Sorry, I can't have that in the tutorial. So that's my first floor. Let me jump in there. The staircase blocks off entrance to the balcony, so I'll just delete it. And instead, let me just quickly stair. There we go. Let me just from here to here 4 steps. That's perfect. And then from here to here, all remaining steps. That's can't make stairs. That's cool. Let me try again. Escape, or not escape, just create a landing. Let's say from here to here. There we go. Now it's fine. I'll hit accept. I'll probably change the, oh no, it is a monolithic run, but it does have the whatchamacallit, the railing. So let me jump to a 3D view, get rid of the railing so that it's not in the way. I would need to fix a bunch of stuff here, but that is okay. Or maybe we keep the railing. Well, either way. first floor. There's enough of a gap for here to walk through, that's fine. And now we have a gap here to actually access the balcony. I believe in the second floor we need to, on the second floor we actually need an opening here, so to be able to access the second floor now from the staircase. So I will be either adding a new shaft opening, or maybe in this case I will delete the shaft opening altogether, and I will change the boundary of the floor slab here. So to do that, in 3D view, let me just select the floor slab. This one, the floor slab in question. Let me go to the first floor. No, that's in the second floor. There we go. And let me click on edit boundary right here. Wait for it to figure out what I want. And here I will just draw a few lines. So from here to here. And I think up until here should be enough. So that's going to be my opening, which means that this line and this line, like this line segment and this line segment, shouldn't be there. So I will be using either, no wait, pick walls is bad. Just a second. Oh, there we go. I will be using trim extend to corner tool right here. So I'll select this line first and then this line. So now they get like trimmed together, and then this line and this line, and also they get trimmed together. I'll hit accept. Would you like walls to go? I don't attach, don't care. Now I have a proper opening. In 3D view, if I take a look at it, this is how it looks. I think that's fine. So now we can move up, and we actually do have possibility for an entrance, which I am going to create. So let's continue. Let's jump into second floor. Or wait, no, sorry, first floor. Let's jump into first floor and add a door here. So to add a door, you click on the door tool. And actually, why don't we find a different kind of a door? I assume the library that we downloaded should contain different doors. So load family, go up from the tables, from furniture, and let's see, D stands for doors. Doors, there we go. Doors, double click. Ooh, that's a lot of doors. Curtain wall, double glass door, that's nice. It's a simple one. Single panel door, commercial doors. Nothing too nice here. Maybe we can just do curtain wall, single glass, regular doorway, only that it's in glass. Hit open, it gets loaded in. Some of all of the families cannot be loaded. What? That's weird. I am in the doors family. Okay, you must choose family files of the category doors. Do you want to retry loading a new set of? Oh, right. Okay. So this is important. This is important. So notice how the name says door, curtain wall, single glass. Curtain wall is the key thing here. So that means that this door belongs to a system of a curtain wall rather than a door system. Remember back in the previous tutorial, I did a curtain wall. So this is a way of how you can add a door into the curtain wall. So this family doesn't work. So instead we need like a regular door, like that. Let's just find one that's good enough. So all of these are curtain wall doors, right? Double, no. I shouldn't be picky. Yeah, sure. Panel wood. Yeah, whatever. I'll just use that one. It's not the prettiest, but it will do. I'll hit open. Now it actually works. I hit OK. Sure, save the project, whatever. And now I'm able to add that particular door, and it even has different types here for me to choose from, right? So I'll choose the, let's say 2.1 meters by 80 centimeters, something like that. Opens up outwards like that. That's it. So we have our door inserted, right? If I take a look at it in 3D, that's not the door that I want. So I will just simply select it, scroll down here. Oh, and just choose the interior single 4-panel wooden door type, right? So I just switched the door type. So now we're Gucci. Let's jump to first floor and add a window, just like we added a door, and let's add a super ugly window. So let me go to the window tool, load family, jump back, find windows, there we go, and let me just find a weird one. Oh my god, this is no. Let's just find a regular one. So it's the types of windows, just like doors. It's not like you can add any type of window to any type of geometry. You will need to fiddle a little bit with it until you become comfortable. I will add. Oh, perfect. Yeah, that's excellent. That's exactly the window that I wanted to add. I'll hit open. It's going to load it in. And now I can just add it. I'll just add it in here. Bam. Like that. Let me check it in 3D view. That's how it looks like. I believe I will change the sill height to a little bit higher, to be a little bit higher. So I'll just change it to 1 meter, 200 millimeters. Yeah. Yeah, sounds about right. Or rather, looks about right. Horrible. Anyway, so that's how you add custom stuff to your geometries. Last thing that I'm going to do, since this is a gallery, I should probably add not windows. I should probably add like paintings and stuff. So I will load in family. And where could I find paintings? Plumbing, profiles, railings, furniture, probably furniture, right? Yeah, probably furniture. So furniture, that's mirror, beds, storage, tables. There's no painting here, huh? Oh my god, so it's gonna take me a while to find it. But we can find, we can use a cabinet, like shelving, and place it there at least. So I'll do that instead. I know for a fact that there are paintings here in this library. It's just that finding them, you know, since I don't do it that often, I don't remember where they are. So instead I'll add a shelf there. I really hope that I can change the width of the shelf. We will see. I'll hit open. And probably need to do that in the ground floor, right? Yeah. Like that. And I'll be adding a shelf right here. So first let me place it. Escape. There we go. So now it's placed, and let's see if we can edit type. And yeah, super. So we can edit the shelf width and height and so on. That's great. That's what we want. So let's make it proper. I will grab the 3D view like that, and I will dock it to the side. like that. Perfect. Just so that I can constantly see, the shelf itself. And there's my shelf, just standing there. So what I want to do is I want to make a different kind of section. So let me move this section plane right here. And instead, let me move this section plane inwards even more. Maybe that's a little bit too much. A little bit out. Oops, that's the wrong one. Bam. Okay, that's good. So now we see our shelf just standing there. I will align it. So I will select it, click on the align tool from to this edge, from this edge. Just align it like that. And we have our shelf. I'll click on modify, select it. And now we can actually edit type, and let's just hope that it works, right? So depth of the shelf, let's say 500 millimeters. Hit apply. Okay, that works. I will move it to the correct position just in a second. Height. So I know that the height between the floors, the ground floor is 3.5 meters minus the floor slab. So it's actually 2850 millimeters. That's the height of the shelf. Hit apply. There we go. That's good. That's good. And for width, let's do a 3-meter shelf. Apply. Maybe that's a bit too much. Let's do a 2-meter shelf. Yeah, that's good enough. And then I will just simply reposition it and snap it in place. And now I have a shelf here, right? To put some stuff in. Right, so that's how you add furniture. Pretty simple. Now, once you've done that, once you've added furniture, added all of the cool stuff that you want to have in your building, it's around time that we actually start working with the graphics and extracting nice graphics from your 3D model, right? So how do we go about it? Well, first of all, I want to make sure that every view that I have actually has a proper proper depth, if that makes sense. So I will be going through, actually now I don't need 3D view anymore. I will be going through every floor and just checking if the depth is proper. So here, that seems fine. That's our ground floor. First floor, we see the balcony, and that seems fine. Second floor, seems okay. Third floor, wait, second floor, we should see the balcony here, right? On the second floor, and we don't. So if that happens, what you do is, without having anything selected, you go here on the left-hand side and you find view range option, view range, and you click on edit that view range, and here you will have this pop-up where you can change how deep do you see from that particular floor. And it's also at what height do you cut, but I don't change that. So level, I will just say I want to see all the way down to ground floor. Hit apply, hit OK, and now we see the balcony. Same thing for the third floor. Where is it? View range, up to the ground floor, apply. Okay. There we go. Fourth floor. Fourth floor actually does have... Oh, wait, we don't need fourth floor. Fourth floor is going to be our roof so we don't care about the fourth floor. All right, so we have all of the views done that we need. And now it's all about filling in, right? All about making hatches, creating hatches. And one thing that I would probably do before, before making it pretty or making it nicer, I guess, I will go to Sheets here. Remember in Rhino you have layouts, so here layouts are called sheets. And I will create a sheet for every view that I'm going to have. So I will right click on the sheets and choose new sheet, click there, and you can see that it asks me for a title block, and by default it's set to A1 metric, and no, we will be using A3, and we don't have one, right? But you're in luck because I have created one for you to use. So on the course website, lthdigitalwordpress.com, 15, scroll, you can download layout sheet template in Revit family format. This one right here. Or if this one doesn't work for you, then you will be able to download the old version where you will need to change the title, but that's easy, an easy fix. So you download this one. Just download. There we go. Have it here. Paste it here. Oh, I already had it here. And I will now load it in once it's downloaded. I'll click on load, I'll go to desktop, and I have my AADA 15 sheet here. Hit open, hit OK. There it is, right? So now if I expand it, I can see that it's A0101 unnamed sheet. That's fine, we will be naming them in just a second. So how do you get a drawing into the sheet? Well, you do that by just, for instance, ground floor, by just clicking and dragging in the drawing into the sheet. Click, drag, bam. Where is it? Oh, yeah. It's going to ask you for position. Click again. There it is. Now it's inside of the sheet. Good enough. Good enough for now. I wonder if we can get rid of the ground floor title block. I'll need to investigate. So here in this particular view, you're able to kind of either crop the view or change the visuals of this particular view. I know that's not a tongue twister, but just my brain is slow today. Basically, you can adjust the graphics of this particular drawing just to be in this sheet. First things first, since I have a title block, I don't need this this title right here, ground floor 1 to 100 with numeration. So I will select it, and I will actually, I believe it's in edit type, right? Yes. So once you select it, you go to edit type, right? Like right here, and you untick show extension line, and where it says show title, you say no. And that should be, yeah, that should be that. So now it's done. Is it okay? You're good with that. Now, for this particular view, it's too big, right? It doesn't fit in your drawing. So what do? Well, here, once you have selected it, on the left-hand side, you can find a tab called Extents and a tick mark box called, or checkbox called crop view. If you select crop view, and also if you select crop region visible, you'll be able to crop to crop the view, for the lack of better word. So let's see how that works. I don't think you can crop the view in the sheet, which kind of sucks. But once you have those two tick marked and you go back to your ground floor view, this rectangle will appear. And then here in your ground floor plan, you will be able to move this box, the sides of this box around until everything kind of fits nicely. And then if you look at your sheet again, this is how it looks, right? So I can see that I need to crop it even further. So actually I'll just go to ground floor again and crop it even further. Perhaps there is a better way of doing it, but I don't know. I always used this method and it seems to work. So yeah, you end up with having this kind of a view. And this is 1 to 100 scale, right? This particular view is at the scale of 1 to 100. How do I know? Well, when I select the view and I scroll up here, I can see view scale is 1 to 100. If I change this to 1 to 500, hit apply, it's right here, right? So that's now 1 to 500. You can see that the axes don't scale, which is, it's natural. They shouldn't scale with the view. There we go. So we have our ground floor plan placed inside of a sheet. That's great. And now there's just a few more things to fix here before we move on to our other plans. So drawing name. I wonder why is this not... Okay, so how do you change things here? Drawing scale, of course, you don't need to change. It's already kind of reading what kind of scale you were working in. But for instance, drawing name and author's information, you do need to insert, right? So for drawing name, I will just click once and click once more. It's not a double click. If you double click it, it's bad. So it's click and then click again. And I'll just say ground floor plan plus 0.000, right? It should be plus minus, but I don't care. And then for my own name, it's just, there we go, my own name. That's it, right? And you can see that the sheets automatically update. The name here pops up, ground floor plan plus 0.000 altitude. Okay, so now we need to repeat this for every floor, for every section, and for every elevation and the 3D view as well. I will do this a few more times, and I will do this faster, just so that you can kind of see the process a few more times, and then kind of hopefully it will help you troubleshoot. So let's begin. So I'll create a new sheet. It's already present here since I loaded it in, like that. I will drag in first floor, bam, like that. I will position it like that. I will go to my first floor, and here I'll scroll down, check mark crop view, crop region visible, and I'll crop it to barely fit, like that. Great. So that's now cropped. I'll jump back to my sheet. That's going to fit properly. I'll just position it. Drawing name, I will change the drawing name to first floor plan plus 3.5000 or 500. My name is there, it remembers, that's good. Yeah, that's done, right? Then let's do one for a section and one for elevation and one for 3D. So I will create, so that's going to be for section, new sheet, that's going to be for elevation, new sheet, that's going to be for 3D. All right, so let me grab, I don't care which section, section 1, sure. I'll just grab section 1 here, place it, that's fine. I'll grab, for this sheet, I will grab elevation. Let's go for straight elevation, add it, bam, that's done. And for this sheet, I will grab the 3D view. Wait, no, that's the section, that's the elevation. Okay, sure, this one is going to be the 3D view, bam, click. Okay, so there's a bunch of stuff that I'll need to fix in all three of them. So first off, elevation. There's you, quite a few ugly bits, but I think we will manage. So let me first position it. Something like that seems to be okay. Let me check the street elevation. I will just actually drag this to be wider. So our street elevation already has this, all of this incorporated, this cropping box, which is super great. And let me just drag these out. I can't drag them more, huh? So they get locked for some reason, that's fine. And let me, oh my God, come on, just let me, I just want to select the, there we go, okay. I managed to select the last mark. And for some reason, other marks just disappeared. I don't know why. That's super weird. It shouldn't happen. So we try it again. Can we unlock this? So this lock means that, oh, understood. Okay, so these locks mean that if I move, for instance, this single sheet here, see how all others move? That's because they are locked together, right? So that's what this lock means. It's actually a pretty useful thing. So the reason why those disappeared was because once I select this, zoomed in too close, now it's calculating. If I select this bottom markup, I can see that it's locked with the dashed line. I can see that it's actually locked to the ends of all other floors, and I don't want that. So what I'm going to do is actually, instead of unlocking it, I will tick mark here to have it on both sides. I will tick mark, untick here. You barely can see it. It's right here, that rectangle. I will untick here to hide that side. And now I will indeed move the side out so that it fits properly here. Once everything is aligned, I believe all of them get locked together, which is absolutely fine. This one is a little bit out of bounds, so let me just move it back in. So this is how it looks. Let me check it in 3D, not in 3D, in the sheet. Seems to be fitting quite properly. The section plane, the section line is a little bit out of bounds, so let me fix that. Street elevation, you are way too close or way too far. be here. And also, I don't want this line running through the middle of my drawing, so I'll just move it like so. Like that. And like that. Perfect. Okay, so that is done. And maybe even I will get the cropping rectangle and I'll move it slightly in like that, just to clean it up a bit. Yeah, let's see how it looks. This is how it looks. I think that's okay. Not great, not terrible, just okay. But I think this is something that we can continue on working with. So that's our facade. Let me rename this. Street facade. Yep. Let me jump into the section, and actually immediately I'll rename the section to section AA, like that. Notice how the section is filled in while all other drawings are not. That's because if I take a look at the section, and I believe it's section 1, right? It is filled in here, and this is just the graphic settings, right? So I can change this to hidden line, and now it's not filled in. And if I now take a look at it in the sheet, I keep wanting to say, oh no, now I forgot the other one. I keep wanting to say layout rather than sheet. Now it's not filled, right? So it's graphic settings that you want to change if there's a fill and you don't want to see a fill. So that's our section. Nothing very fancy happening here, and it's actually pretty damn close to being fine. Let me see if I can add more stuff, if I can see more stuff within the section. Okay, so there's the surrounding building right there. And can I see the one on the other side of the street? Yes, I can. So I will just do something like this, just to get the section of the street and the section of the next door building. Jump back to section AA. This is how it looks. Almost fits. I'd say almost fits. Do we just do it like that? Come on. By the way, you can use arrow keys to kind of move it around. So yeah, okay, good. It fits. The dashed lines go out of bounds, but we don't care about those dashed lines, so that's fine. And the section line, as always, is super obnoxious, and I will be fixing it. Pap, pap, and just move that one in here until here. Clipping plane, pap, like that. Clipping plane. Come on, just give me. Like that. There we go. Okay, so that is done. That's our section AA for now. And then the last one is the 3D view, which we will kind of revisit in just a second. Right now it's still, or actually let's make it nice. So that's in 3D. I will just move my clipping box here. That's fine. I think that's something like that is kind of neat. Let's see if we can add some more bazaars here. That's nice. Yeah, I think that looks okay. Let's see. Is it possible for me to hide this in this view? I believe it is. If I delete it, yeah, it's going to delete the floor plans as well, which I don't want to do at all. So instead, I will figure out a way of how to hide it, which is, I believe, this button right here, hide in view. Hide category or hide elements. There we go. Let's see if it actually translates to our 3D sheet here. It does. Okay, great. So let us hide a bunch of stuff in this 3D view so that it's not obnoxious with information. So that, all of that actually, hide in view, hide elements. Okay, that's good. Can I hide this? Yes, I can. Super. Okay. So these are hidden. The shadows are a bit funky, but that's okay. This is how it looks. Let's take a look at it in 3D. Yeah, sure. Not 3D, sorry, in the sheet. Bam. That looks actually good. That looks fine. I'll just place it here. My graphics card is crying a bit, but that's normal. And yeah, let's just name it 3D axonometric. 3D axonometric. Drawing scale, there is no scale for an axonometric drawing, so of course it's going to be empty. Okay, that is done, right? That is okay, that's done. We are ready to move forward. And the next thing that we're going to do is drink some coffee. Delicious. And jump to our ground floor plan, the sheet of ground floor plan. And we will change the display settings here for this sheet. So for instance, let's start with a super simple example. I want the walls here to be filled in black, right? So how do I do that? Well, the thing is that in Revit, everything that you do, every geometry belongs to a certain category, as I mentioned before, and all of that geometry is going to be within that category is going to be shown in a certain way once you just look at it and once you look at a cut of it, right? So how do you change it? How do you change the visuals? Well, you go to the View tab here in the top and you choose Visibility and Graphics. So these are visibility and graphics settings, right? For that particular view. In this case, this sheet right here. Visibility and graphics. And here it's a pretty big table where you can change different aspects of your graphics, right? So basically, how do you show air terminals? How do you show areas? How do you show ceilings? How do you show columns and so on? All of that is being treated by this table. One important note is that you have two big sides here, not sides, two big columns here. One is projection / surface. This is where you just look at the element. And the other one is cut, which means how will it show you a section of that particular element. So in case of maybe that's the fastest way to do it, is just to show you with walls. So I just scroll down to walls and I will say, when I cut the walls, the lines of the cut, so I'll click on override here. The lines of the cut should be solid, should have red color, and should be pretty damn thick, maybe even thicker. Let's go for 16, who cares? Hit OK, hit apply, and nothing changes. How come? Is it because I'm in the sheet? Sorry. Technical difficulties, please hold. Visibility and graphics, blah, blah, blah. Walls, solid, red, 16, okay, apply. Okay, apparently you need to change it not in the sheet, but rather in the floor plan itself. And then it should show up. Yeah, then it's going to show up in the sheet. So as you can see, 16 is a little bit thick. Let's jump back and let's actually jump back to ground floor plan and actually change the graphics here. So I will click on visibility graphics and go back to walls. And actually, I do want my wall cut to be solid, a solid line, but it should be black. And the weight should be less, like 5 or something. Yeah, that seems good, right? So we end up with this kind of cut. And then for the pattern, I will say override. And you have the possibility to have 2 patterns, but I would strongly suggest you not having 2 patterns, one laid on top of the other, foreground, background. Instead, just work with the background pattern for now. So for pattern, I will also say solid fill, and I'll say, yeah, again, black. Hit OK, hit apply. That's that, right? So what else can we change here in the plan view? Well, the surrounding buildings and the surrounding street and so on, all of them are white. And actually, I want to kind of to differentiate between the inside of this building and everything else, the outside. So remember, right at the start of the course, we have imported the surrounding geometry, the site 3D model as a generic model. So now I will find this generic model type here, generic models, right here. And I will say that when we cut the generic models, it should still have a pretty thick, solid line, right? So solid line, black color, weight, again, 5. Oh yeah, hit apply, forgot. So now it kind of gives us a bolder line where it cuts. And then for patterns, for the cut pattern, I will say it should be a solid fill, but the color shouldn't be black because that's going to be way too dark. Rather, let's just say, yeah, gray. Hit OK. Hit apply. So now everything that is being cut outside of the building is going to have this kind of gray color. What about everything that's outside of the building that's not being cut? I want it to be light gray, right? So then I will go to the projection part of it, and I'll find patterns, generic models, patterns. And here I will say for background, let's use a solid fill, but let's use a super light gray color. Hit OK. OK. Apply. There we go. Hit OK here. So now we have this graphic settings done for this particular view. If I look at it in my sheets, I can see that it's there. If I were to add more walls here, right? They don't get filled in. What? Oh my God. Come on. Come on, Revit. Is that because it's a basic wall? No, it shouldn't be, right? Right? That's super strange. Okay, let's see why it's not working. Let's go to view, visibility and graphics. This really feels like a bug, but maybe I'm wrong, but I haven't seen this happen before at all. But I guess it's nice to, from time to time, see see these things happen. So let me change the color to red. Apply. It's thinking. Will it crash? Okay, it doesn't crash, but it's not filling it in. Okay, we will need to revisit that part later and then figure out why the hell is that happening. If this happens, just try closing and opening Rhino again. That's probably going to solve it. Oh, I know. I'm dumb. This wall right here, this wall, its height is 1.1 meters, which means it doesn't reach the section through which we cut, which means we are actually not cutting through these walls, but cancel. We're not cutting through these walls, but rather we are just looking at the top of these walls, right? Probably in the section 1 is going to be a little bit more clear. No, it's not. In section 2, yeah, there we go. So in section 2, you can actually see these walls here. Right, so we are not cutting through them at that height. This is why it's not filling in. But if I select them and I change the unconnected height of them to, let's say, 2 meters, hit apply. Now they're being cut. Okay, so that was, can't make a perfect tutorial. Always something, there's always something wrong. Okay, that's done. Let's jump into first floor and see that, oh crap, first floor also requires us to do exactly the same thing as we did for the ground floor. So then the question is it possible to somehow save these settings, these graphic settings, and apply them to all other floors? And yes, the answer is of course, yes, of course. I will just go to visibility graphics right here. And I will, or wait, no, sorry, not visibility graphics, cancel that. In ground floor, I will go to view templates here, and I will say create template from current view. And I will name this kinda good floor plan style. Hit OK. It's going to save it. Hit OK again. And now in the first floor, I can go to view templates again and choose apply template properties to current view. And then I will find my kinda good floor plan style, apply properties, and hit OK. And now my first floor also has the same view. Second floor, view templates, apply, kinda good, OK. Third floor, view templates, apply, kinda good, OK. So that's done. Now the question is, can we do this for a 3D view, for instance? No, maybe not. Can we do this for section, right? Because section is basically just a vertical plan, right? Or a plan is a horizontal section, whatever you want to call it. So can we apply the same view template here? If I go to view templates, apply, and I choose apply template properties from view, you might not see our template here. That's because there's a filter applied which only is looking for templates which are which work with sections, elevations, and whatnot. So I will expand this and I will just say all, and I'll then find my kinda good floor plan style. Hit apply, hit OK. Still works. But the problem with this one is that it's still, I still need more to change more styles here, because for instance, floor slabs, they are not being cut. And also I kind of want to cut through the doorway. So let me move that section as well. So in the ground floor plan, I will just take the section and I will move it so that it cuts. There we go. So that it cuts through the staircase and also the doorway in the first floor. Let's look at section 2. No, section 1. There we go. So now we are cutting through the stair, which is not being hatched in properly, and we are cutting through the floor slabs, which are not being hatched in properly. If we had a roof, that also wouldn't be hatched in properly. So we need to fix a few things. Let me go to visibility and graphics settings, find stairs. Stairs, there we go. Cut line, override, solid line, black color, weight, also 5. That seems to be working for us quite well. For patterns, override, background, solid fill, black. Apply. There we go. Our staircase is now black. And floor slabs, floors, not floor slabs, just floors. Pattern is going to be black. And solid. And lines are going to be solid, black, weight 5. Apply. Okay, this is what we have, right? Nothing too fancy, but it does the trick. Whew, okay, so we have that going on. And that's our section. And if we take a look at our section in here, or actually maybe we should fill in, nah, let's not. So let's see, where is our section? Section AA, there we go. Here it is, all ready to be plotted out. Facade. Actually, I kind of like the style of the facade here. I don't really want to change anything. The only thing that I kind of want to do is add shadows to the facade. So I will go to my street elevation right here. And here in the bottom, I will choose shadows to be turned on like that. And maybe I'll click on the small sun icon, sun settings, and I will just mess around with the sun. So can I just do still, hit apply. Let me change the location to not Boston. Not Boston. Definitely not Boston. I think we have Denmark there, Copenhagen at least. Will you give me Copenhagen or will you give me Malmo? Yeah, it doesn't give us Malmo. Whatever, let's lie. If you can't find the city, just lie. We'll just choose lighting, and here we will just change the altitude and azimuth. So perhaps I want it to be a little bit lower, so 30 degrees. Apply. Yeah, that's a bit better. And azimuth 115. So it eats up a little bit more. Yeah, I think that's about it. Or maybe, what if it's 45 degrees with that same azimuth? So it does that. This is all in the shadow. This is kind of doing its thing. Yeah, I think that's fine. I think that's fine. That's okay. And for the actual style, I want the building, my building, to be kind of popping out a little bit more. So I will push all surrounding buildings a little bit backwards with gray color, basically. So visibility and graphics, generic models, patterns. No, that's a cut pattern. We are not cutting anything. So projection surface patterns, color, light gray, solid fill, apply. There we go. And maybe even generic models lines. I will say solid line, and kind of not black, but dark gray color with kind of low weight, so weight of 1. So the line work is a little bit thinner and a little bit more towards gray. Even more gray, please. I know it doesn't really matter that much, but I really wanna make it as nice as possible. Yeah, that's great enough. Okay, we have that done. We have our building popping out, and that is good. So let me just double check. Street facade looks like that. That looks like that. AXO, actually I will not, well, maybe in the AXO also visibility and graphics, generic models, lines, solid, gray, thin line, patterns, patterns, pattern solid, light gray. Okay, apply. Okay. Yo, did I mess up? Generic models, patterns. It should work. Oh. Okay, what about the cut? What if I change the cut here? Solid fill, color red. Okay, so apparently, oh, that's my bad. I can hear you screaming at the screen. I am working in a sheet and not in the actual 3D view. That's my bad, as per usual. Oh my god. So let's do it here. Generic models, patterns, light gray, solid fill, generic models, pattern solid, color dark gray, weight very low, apply. Perfect. Section could be, no, let's keep section as it is. Just hit OK. Right, so that our building kind of pops up a bit more. Okay, we have that going on. Right, so that's about it. That's about it in terms of our graphics. I think it's turning out to be okay. Students tend to ask me about the grid lines, how to change the style of the grid lines, because the style is pretty obnoxious. And the way you do it is you download a nicer style. And actually, could we... So to load in a section, a new section markup, for instance, you go to load family. And here it's going to be under English annotations. By the way, if you can't find the folder of the library, let's say you're in the desktop, it's located in this PC, C disk drive, program data, which is a hidden folder. If you don't know how to see all hidden folders, you need to actually go to any folder that you have on your desktop or on your computer. You go to View tab, click on Options. You go to View tab again in the Options, and you choose Show Hidden Files, Folders, and Drives. Hit Apply, hit OK, and then you will see the Program Data folder. And here you see Autodesk, RVT 2021, libraries. Finally, we are here. They are really hiding it from us. It's under English, and I believe it should be under annotations, right? Because where else could it be? Yeah, it's yes, it should be under annotations. Grid, level, section head. There we go. Section head. And here we see different types of section heads, and all of them are complete garbage. Not garbage, but really disgusting. So it is what it is. You're stuck with ugly section heads in Revit. Unless you download one from the internet. That's nice. In terms of editing the section head itself, zoomed in too close again. In case of editing the section itself, I believe if you select it, there we go. You can change. Is that an edit type? Callout tag. Jesus Christ. That's a lot of. You know what? Let's not dig too deep into here. Just have a freaking section in there, and yeah, you just have a freaking section in there, and then call it a day. That's fine. That you don't need to have it too intense. Right. What else is there to show you? Oh, that's it. Let's plot it out. Let's plot everything out. So you have your sheets ready, let's say. I have a few of them. Yeah, sure, save the project. Always save the project, by the way. I have a few ready here. And it's time to print out or plot out your sheets into PDF. So I'll go to File, Print, or is it Export? No, it's Print. File, Print, Print. Or just click on this print button here. That works as well. Where here we have all of the different settings that you can use for plotting out the sheets. So first things first, printer, we will choose Adobe PDF or Microsoft Print to PDF. I think that one works as well. Anything that has the PDF word in it should work. So Adobe PDF for me. Combine multiple selected views sheets into a single file. So do we want it in a single file? Yeah, sure, whatever. Print range, we will not use current view. Instead, we will use selected views sheets, and I will click on the select button. And I will say, I want to print out this, these sheets, right? Not the floor plans, not the structural plans, just the sheets. I'll hit OK. Do you want to save these settings for use in the future Revit session? Sure. Yeah, sure. So that's going to be my set one, apparently. The name and the location of where I'm going to be exporting the PDF is weird, so I'll just be exporting it to desktop. So I'll just choose desktop, hit save. Yeah, perfect. And the name of the file, well, right now it doesn't matter because I'm going to be messing around with it in Photoshop. So that's okay. Right, let's see these two buttons here, properties as well as the setup. So properties, if I click on that, I can see here nothing fancy, nothing special, paper source, whatever, layout, landscape. If I click on the advanced, I can see that the paper size is set to be letter rather than A3. That's a nice way of hiding it. Let me just see if, okay. So we don't need to go to properties here. Sorry about that. You just go to settings, setup. And here we can actually change it from the letter size to the proper A3 size. So we are working, these sheets are tailored for A3. Its landscape format is going to be centered, sure, and the zoom is going to be 100%. So it's not fit to page, it's rather zoom, 100%. Vector processing, sure, raster quality high, color. Oh yeah, you can choose either color or grayscale. We'll just use color, that's fine. Everything else is fine, seems to be okay. So I'll just hit okay, and I'll hit okay again. You have chosen to print 5 views as separate files. Do I want to? Yes, I do want them as separate files because I'm going to Photoshop them. So I'll hit yes. Right, let me just create a new folder just so that it's easy for me to find. Raw PDFs. Raw PDFs, hit save. It's doing its magic, saving it. While it's doing it, I'll open up Photoshop real fast. By now you should be able to kind of, wait just a second, the Revit, save. So you will need to click save for every sheet, that's not a problem. By now you should be able to work with PDFs in Photoshop easily. That's my expectation because we have been doing it for the past 4 courses now, or 3. Was it 3 or 4? 4 past 4 courses. No, this is the 4th one, right? Anyway, we've been doing it quite a lot, so you should be able to add textures and change colors and whatnot in Photoshop of your drawings. Hopefully. Don't show me this again, close. So that's that. So I will just be really quick in showing you this last bit. Save that. And I think that's the last of it, right? Yes. Okay, so let me save this file. In Photoshop, I will just find my folder with all of the PDFs. I'll just kind of drag all of them in and just choose which one I want to work with and show you how I'm going to work with it. So crop to, not bounding box, never bounding box, media box. You always, when you import PDF, you choose media box so that it doesn't mess up your A3 size. Other than that, it seems fine. Okay. Media box, yes, that's good. So it remembers, at least it remembers, that's good. Okay. Okay, so we have our section, we have our elevation, we have our axo, floor plan. So floor plans are kind of boring. I will just close them immediately. Won't Photoshop anything there. I could work here, maybe, on this one. Or no, I like how clean it is. Let's work on the elevation instead. So section also goes away, sure. Let me just show you how I would work on it with on the elevation. So let's say I want some sort of pattern here. I don't know, some form of pattern, let's say metal or something like that. I'll just go to the interwebs. I'll go to Google and I'll say, what's a cool pattern? Metal sheet pattern. Corrugated steel or something like that. Perforated diamond, that's whatever. Are there any good ones? Licensable? No. Yeah, that's good enough, right? I will just open it in a new window. I know it has the watermark. This is for a tutorial, so we don't care. So I'll just position it. I will cut away the part that I need. Copy paste. So there's one unnecessary layer that I delete. I will say, do we multiply? Oops, that's the wrong one. That's the actual drawing. Do we multiply the texture? Yeah, we do. We probably do. But before we do that, let me try to get rid of the watermark by going to levels and messing around with the levels. Yeah, that seems okay. That seems good enough. Make it smaller, like that. That's perfect. Control A, Control C, Control V to duplicate it. Maybe Control T, right clicking and flip vertical to kind of have a, whatchamacallit, a seamless connection between the two textures. I will just merge these two layers together, merge layers, place them here. Control C, Control V again. Merge the layers again. Control A, Control C, Control V again. But this one, Control T and right click, flip horizontal, so that they merge more nicely. Merge layers. Now I will jump to multiply. That seems okay. Maybe make it a bit smaller. That seems fine. Maybe a bit bigger. Yeah, that sounds looks about right. I can then select the area in which I want them. Control Shift I to invert the selection and then hit delete to get rid of everything else. Control D to deselect, and then just go to town and remove that, delete, remove that, delete. That gets removed, delete, and also that. What else? There we go. That's the doorway here. That gets removed, and that gets removed. So also I want a little bit of a gradient here, right here, just to show that this is better show that this is a cantilever. So I'll just mark out where I want the gradient to be. That goes from black to white. I'll create a new layer, just drag out the gradient there, like this. I'll say 21%, something like this, and it kind of, this is without the gradient, this is with, so it just gives a little bit of a shadow there. Right, so we have a little bit of the corrugated steel. It's not great by any stretch of imagination, but it does the trick. And I think what we can do is we can find some sort of a color texture. So Corten steel texture. Yeah, sure. Let's use this one. Open image. Oof, that's a pretty low resolution, but we don't care. Control V, paste it here. I'll actually split it into parts. Control X, Control V, place it here. This one. Control X, Control up. In this layer, Control X, Control V. I don't know what I did, but that works as well. Like that. perhaps. That's good enough. And then, actually, can we just do that? Yeah, we can just do that. No one will ever know. So this, and the bottom one, I will just add. Are you the bottom one? No. Are you the bottom one? Yes. Control C, Control V. Just add it there. Okay, so let me merge all of these together. Merge layers. Control T to transform them a little bit more so that they're a little bit bigger. Let's say multiply, right? So I think multiply will work, and we already did some cutting. So I'll just use the magic wand tool with certain tolerance and just select the cutouts like that. Control Shift I to invert. Delete. Nope. Control Shift I, delete. There we go. Okay, so we delete it, and we are kind of good to go with the corten steel. Let's make it a little bit less intense. Something like that. I think that's fine. And then for the windows, I'll actually use the magic wand tool to select the glass. Bam, bam, bam. Come on, bam. Yeah. Almost. There we go. Is that glass? I think that's glass at least, and that is definitely glass. Okay. So we have those done, and I will just say, let's do control. Do we just use gradients rather? Maybe. Like that, and then we switch the gradient to white and just give it poke, like this kind of a tug here, or maybe not perfect white. A little bit of gray, poke like that, poke like that. That looks okay. Of course, reduce the intensity of it, the opacity of it, something like this. And I think if we just kind of casually now select everything that's remaining and just edit, fill, Shift F5, foreground color, hit OK. In a new layer. So that's Shift F5, OK. And we just move it below the whole thing. Why is that? Oh, that's my bad. So we can't do that this way, huh? I want to color the frames. So how do we color the frames? This is going to be now it's turning out to be a Photoshop tutorial. I want to color the frames, but I don't want to select them individually. So what I'm going to do is I will say, okay, first of all, can we just do that? Not really. Oh, or maybe we can, Control D. Maybe we can, if I go to corten steel layer, and I just select all of this, right? So I selected all of this, and then we go to the window layer and we unselect, holding down the Alt key. Was it the Alt key? Was it Control? I don't remember. Control Shift? No, Alt Shift? No. What's the shortcut for the subtract from selection? It should be Control, right? No, it should be Shift. No, it should be Alt. There we go. So it is the Alt key. I don't know why that didn't work out. And tolerance needs to be like 100 for this to work. It doesn't really work that well. Well, maybe. Seems to be working okay now. So we have that. We are unselecting that. Oh, messed up. Do I really need to do it again? I know. I figured it out. This, and that, and this, right? We select this. Bear with me. Be patient or skip ahead. You have the possibility to skip ahead. So I select inside of the windows, and then I turn on the drawing and unselect the glass. But why didn't it? Oh yeah, that's because I need to be in the drawing layer, and then I can unselect the glass panes, glass thingies. And it's a mess here, but that's fine. So I am unselecting, and now I'm unselecting the shadowy bits as well, with less tolerance, maybe 32. I like tolerance of 32. It seems to work most of the time with most of the geometry. So like that. That good? That looks good. That looks okay. And that also looks good. Okay, so now we have only selected the frames for the windows, which means we can create a new layer. Shift F5, enter, fill it with black color. Okay. Took us a while, but we managed. We managed to do it. Let's change the intensity so that you can see the line work. And for the door, for the doors, both of them, actually this one still needs, oh come on, just give me this one still needs the framing. And for some reason it chooses to do it like that, to select it like that. So let me just, for this frame, I'll just do it the old-fashioned way with the rectangular marquee tool. There we go. Almost. Almost. Now there we go. Is that my frames? Yes, that is my frames. Shift F5. Okay. Okay. We're done here. And then select the door somehow. That doesn't let me, so I will be using a marquee tool again. So the door, as well as the door here, holding down the shift key to select the door. So these will be blue, just because I can. No, I'm kidding. It's not going to be blue. I'm just going to color it blue and change it to multiply. That's color burn. That's not. Change it to multiply. Change the opacity to be 33-ish, 36. Control U. Hello, Control U. Why can't I Control U? There we go. Control U, and then change the hue until I find a nice color for the doors. What works with Corten steel? Yellow, of course, would work, but that's kind of boring. Pink? Red? Maybe red. Or maybe, yeah, let's just do it traditional. Peachy. Okay. that is that. Let's call it a day. I think that looks fine, good enough for a tutorial. Control Shift, or rather Control S straight up to save it. Let me go to desktop, find my PDFs. Find my PDFs. Oh my God, where are they? Car project. Raw PDFs, God damn it. Raw PDFs, change this to a PDF, Photoshop PDF format, and then find my street facade. There we go. I can turn off layers right now. Don't need them. Hit save. Do you want to replace it? Yes. Okay. High quality print, preserve Photoshop editing capabilities. I usually have this turned off. Hit save PDF. Oh, yeah, of course. I have it opened right here. And also I have it opened right here. So let me close it here and try to save it again. Oh, just yikes. Control S. PDF, PDF, street facade, no layers, don't need that. Save, yes, replace it. Hit OK. Hit save PDF. Okay, this time it worked. So now, once I close this and turn this off, I can see that my street facade here is nice and crispy. So if you have Adobe Acrobat Pro version, you can select all of your PDFs, right-click them, choose Combine PDFs in Acrobat. Then you just move them around. So that's going to be the title page, and then we have floor plans, and then floor plans. Yeah, sure, this works. Or maybe section goes in here. Goes up until there. We click on Combine. Why is this so big? There we go. We click on Combine. It does its magic. Creates a binder. We take a closer look at it. First, second, third, fourth, fifth page for me. I hit File, Save As. We go to, and I'll just save it to desktop. And this is where I go. This is important, you guys. AADA 15 L. I forgot my last name. Kirdeikis Gediminas. Save. That's it. You're done, right? You have your PDFs. Where is it? Where is it? There we go. There it is. You have your PDF saved, right? And then you just upload it to the school server. I already did a tutorial on how to do it before, so I will not be repeating that. But or maybe I should. Okay, so I will repeat that. So if you're in the school, then you can. Let me just mimic me being in the school without being in the school. Bam, 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 bam. Just a second. So in the school, you just go to temp folder, unprotected, and you AAD 15 Handen. Beautiful. Writing, capital H, Handen. There we go. AD 15 Handen. Open up that folder. Drag and drop, not the syllabus, your file in here. That's it. You've passed the course, right? If you don't have access, if you can't get into the school, remember that there is a remote desktop option, right? All of the information is on the course website under useful resources. So there is a remote desktop version where you can log into the school's computer from your browser and just send an email to yourself with the file and load it in through the remote desktop. That should be pretty simple to do as well. So there's no need for us to do a separate server or a separate folder. You just do it that way. Either one of the ways works. Alternatively, you can always just create a VPN connection, and that's going to work as well. Okay, I will leave you to it. Get to work, and hope to see some really nice narrow houses from you.